There's still some, okay. Good morning, it's 10 o'clock sharp, and all distinguished speakers and also participants. It's my great pleasure, also in my capacity as the IAF President, to welcome you this morning in Quito for the Global Space Exploration, Global Conference for Space and Emerging Countries, the Glec 2022. And in particular today, this morning, for the Masterclass on space law and policy. And you know that there is another Masterclass here at the site. So we have two Masterclasses today, which will make a real important preparation. And I think it is, we are very, very grateful to Professor Sergio Marchisio, the IAF General Counsel, for putting together today's exciting program. And I also want to tell you that the future IAF President Clay Mowry and the Executive Director Christian Feichtinger are going to stay in this class. Yes, they are here. So I would also like to express really my appreciation to all of you that took the time to join us here in Ecuador in order to exchange views and also discuss about important legal and policy aspects of space activities. And that will certainly converge to very interesting discussions and dialogue. This is why Glec 2022 is so important, and I do have some music competition from the side. So let me wish you just a really, really important and excellent and fruitful masterclass on space law and policy. And I thank again everybody who is making the time to speak or also to learn. Yeah, thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you very much, President, and dear Pascal. Thank you for being here at the starting of this so-called master class on space law and policy. I should say that due to the number of speakers today, I have the impression that it will be more brainstorming rather than a master class, and I would prefer it because I'm not here just to give any class in an academic sense. You know that the idea of the two chairpersons of this GLEC 2022, Val Munsami and Juan Jaramillo Rojas, was to open a window also on the perspectives of space law and policy. As you have certainly seen in the invitation to join this program, there is one paragraph concerning the creation of awareness on the essential legislative and policy elements that must be considered in establishing a firm foundation for national regional space program. Of course, this is a very, very difficult objective to create this awareness. It is not, I think, we are starting here, but I hope that later the participants will spread this discussion, this debate in their own countries and continue the consideration on the legislative and policy elements, which are one of the elements for creating a capacity in space emerging countries. The key element of the space policy and law are, of course, very well known by the participants to the space community, at least in their general framework. But what we tried to do today is to put together the three protagonists of this topic: the emerging space countries, the space lawyers, and the space policy specialists. I'm not a specialist of space policy, but I know that space policy is a premise for space legislation. Without space policy, without defining the objectives the programs of one country, it is impossible to legislate because, this is a way for addressing the specific needs of a country, and this can only be ascertained through the definition of objectives of space policy. As far as the space law notion is concerned, I just wanted to underline that this is a very hybrid notion. At the beginning, it was international space law. But now we have another kind of space law, which is at the same time international space law as well as national space legislation, and even legislation coming from international organizations. I can mention the role of the ITU, for instance, of the United Nations, of the European Space Agency and the European Union in this field. So we can start with international space law, but please take into account that it is not everything there. It is the starting of a chain that comes until inside the countries with the space legislation, which addresses, as I said, the specific needs of each country. It is not usual to speak of the benefits for emerging space countries, because until now, I think that the narrative about space law and policy hasn't taken into consideration this particular perspective of the emerging space countries. We have dealt with space law and policy as they were the same for all space countries, developed countries, emerging space countries, and I think that our efforts should be to identify which are the specific elements that can be brought at the attention of the emerging space countries. I think that as far as international space law is concerned, the main principles are really benefiting all countries, developed and emerging, and also developing countries without space programs, because we have a third category of countries which are completely outside the community, the space community. And I wanted to remember several of these principles, the principle of the benefit of all countries, space exploration and use in the interests of all countries, the freedom of exploration and use, the principle of no discrimination of any kind on the basis of equality and in accordance with international law, the free access to all areas of outer space and celestial bodies, the freedom of scientific investigation, international cooperation. As you know, these are the principles embodied in Article 1 of the 1967 Outer Space Treaty, which keeps all its actuality, even though space activities have evolved so much in the last year. I think that the language of Article 1 is not only inspirational, is practical in the sense that we can refer to it to recognize the main assumptions that should in any case be the basis for regulation of outer space activities. And I would like to say a few words about equality. We find equality only twice in the Outer Space Treaty. The one is Article 1, the second is Article 10, and which is about the opening of space sites, space launching sites to other countries. It is an article difficult to implement, but it is an important one. And we find the third time the term equality in Article 6 of the Moon Agreement. The Moon Agreement is, as you well know, the Cinderella of the UN space treaties because it low acceptance by states. But the main point is in Article 6 of the Moon Agreement, the reference to the principle of equality is in relation to the freedom of scientific investigation in the moon. And this is very important in my opinion. Finally, the principle of equality is linked indissolubly to the legal status of outer space and celestial bodies as res communes omnium. Sorry if I use this Latin term, but I think that is much more correct than other ones that are used in the international space community, such as common global commons, and common heritage of humankind, because these are for other. I think the first one is mostly a sociological notion, global common, and the other one is linked to the exploitation of the resources of the oceans. So it is a legal regime that has an incarnation, a practical incarnation, and we should not transpose it to outer space without further consideration. Res communis omnius means also areas beyond the limits of national jurisdiction. Outer space, celestial bodies are included in this notion, which is a legal notion by default, but it is a legal notion. And we include in those areas the high seas, the area of the soils and subsoils of the oceans, and outer space and celestial bodies. While Antarctica is something different, it's a special regime, not necessarily global common or res communis omnium, and I disagree a little bit with the last report of the Secretary General of the United Nations, foreseeing a big event about space in the forthcoming years for the governance, and he put together Antarctica with outer space, high seas, etc., where I think that we should think also on the differences between these legal notions. And I do not agree at all in saying that outer space is common heritage of humankind. The notion included in Article 1 is about the exploration and use of outer space as the province of all mankind. As my master Gabriela Ferranderi, who was my predecessor in the chairmanship of the European Center for Space Law, always told, the article doesn't say that outer space is the province of all mankind. It says the exploration and use are the province of all mankind. That means open to all. That means that they are appanage of the humanity, not common heritage of humankind. We have this notion only in Article 11 of the Moon Treaty. And this is why, unfortunately, the Moon Treaty has only 18 ratifications at the moment, because people and states are not confident on what could be a process for establishment, for establishing for the Moon some authority as it has been done for the area of the soils and subsoils of the oceans. Yes, we can change now. Yes, the other point that I wanted to underline in this introduction is that the development of international space law involves also the development of national space legislation, because national legislation is a way to implement the treaties. The treaties are flexible, the treaties sometimes are non-self-executing, they need norms inside each country in order to adapt their legal internal situation to the obligations that each one of them has assumed. And we know that these legislations have followed different approaches. We have a lot of countries that have adopted space legislation, sometimes even countries that do not have any space program. I remember a conversation in Bremen during the IAC at the parliamentary meeting with an Estonian parliamentary saying, we should adopt in Estonia national space legislation. I said, why? I told him, why you should so urgently adopt such legislation if you have no space program? I mean, in the end, she was convinced that it was not so urgent to pass a legislation without having defined objectives in that matter. And the different approaches which we are used to see more on the format perspective. Format means that some states have comprehensive legislation, single legislation, others have, like the United States, very complex, detailed, and specific legislation concerning the space activities divided by sector, and it identified the authorities competent for releasing authorization licenses. So this is not only about the format, it is also and mainly about the specific needs of each country. So this is why we have different kinds of legislations. I remember, and the implementation of the treaty can be mainly for private operators a very tricky issue. I remember when after the adoption of the LTS guideline, the long-term sustainability of space activities in Vienna, and I see here one of the speakers, the chair of this working group that will speak later on, we had a meeting in Washington at the Department of State, you will remember, and at that time, I remember some representatives from the US industry saying, we have no problem with the treaty, on the treaties on space activities. We have a problem with the laws and legislation implementing them at the internal level. They spoke of a syndrome of Article 6 of the Outer Space Treaty because of the complexity of such kind of legislation. But I cannot at the same time, not mention the fact that some important states like Germany and Italy, at that time, they do not have still legislation on some points of the concerning the authorization of private operators, because probably until now they didn't have so much economic operators, they have mainly manufacturers, and manufacturers do not need any kind of authorization for building satellites and other space assets. While if they come to space as operators, they need to have an authorization. And we have this problem also in Italy now, because there are tendencies, not only the so-called startups who address the public authority saying, who shall I address to have this authorization? And someone said, please go outside, go to another country. But this is a real problem. So, yes, we had, this graphic was from 2014. We had at the time 25 countries with space legislation. Now they are more than 40, and many others are adopting space legislation, which are not only the traditional ones, but they are really on new activities. There are countries like Luxembourg which adopted a legislation, or the Arab United Emirates that adopted specific legislation on space, natural resources exploitation, and so on. And I think that this is also to be checked, because the content of the national space legislation depends on the scope of the space activities of each country, and this is another element to be taken into account. So, just to remind us that there are two international documents that I will recommend very much for countries emerging in space sector and that will to adapt their legislation to the new needs. The first one are the recommendations adopted by the UN COPOS and then by General Assembly in 2013. And these are very important because even though they are for all countries, not only for emerging, but they are about the building blocks of these national legislation, what is needed for having a core national legislation. And then, of course, I will again mention the guidelines for the long-term sustainability of outer space activities adopted in 2019, because there is a section which is about policy and regulatory frameworks for space activities, guidelines from A1 to A5, with an aim at ensuring the effective application of relevant generally accepted international norms, standards, and practices for the safe conduct of outer space activities. Last, and I will finish, I think that the space activity landscape is rapidly changing with increased commercialization and new space economy. So we should again ask ourselves, is the legal framework in force now at the international and national level adequate for such kind of evolution? Are new norms to be adopted at the international level and consequently at the national level? I just mentioned the issue of the space resources utilization, which, as I said, has been already in a way, not in a full way regulated by some states. This is also at the attention of the Committee on Peaceful Use of Outer Space, Legal Subcommittee, for trying to define an international framework just for coordinate these activities among states. It will be a very difficult endeavor, but I think that it will be worthy to have such kind of result. In any case, and this is probably the only thing I learned from my experience in the space lawyers community, is that we should follow for emerging space countries one general principles, that new norms, standards, and other measures should not hinder the access of such nations with emerging space capabilities to space activities. It is not difficult to have a balance, as it was shown, for instance, on the issue of the small satellite regulation. Even at the UN COPOS during the LTS negotiations, there were states saying, no, we don't want any kind of restriction for small satellites because this is our field of actions. We should have small satellites. You should not impose any kind of restrictions to that. I think that this will be the most important efforts for everybody to try to find a sort of balance between this principle and the necessity, the needs which are raised by the counter side of the evolution of space activities, such as the growing risks posed to the safety of space operation. And with that, I leave it to you and to the speakers of the first panel. Thank you very much. So I call now to the podium the speakers of the first panel, which is about addressing legal and policy elements for establishing space ecosystems in emerging countries. I will be the moderator. Please take your seats. Gabriela Arrigo, Peter Martinez, Steve Mirmina, Marlene Michel Lozier, and Xuanchen Lu. Please take your seat. And well, after that, I will call each one of them to the podium here and for your intervention and contribution. The first one is Gabriella Arrigo, which is the director of the International Affairs Directorate at the Italian Space agency, one of the most eminent Italian specialist in space policy, and one pillar of the Italian Space Agency for engaging the direction of the international relations sector. Please.
Thank you, Sergio. Good morning. Okay, so with my presentation today, I will try to summarize the main element of policy aimed to build up a best space ecosystem. The slide that I will show you will be very schematic because usually I use some of them in my lectures on space policy and international relations at the Master Course in Space Institution and Policy in Rome at the High International and Diplomatic School with Sergio. So, please, next, please. Okay, so space policy. Let's try to give a definition of common understanding. So the space policy is a governmental policy which defines goals and issues for a national space policy. This means that there is a government that believes to have a role to play in the space field. And therefore, the country concerned needs a national space policy. But in no many thematic and concrete policies can a national space policy be declined. You will find here the list of some space policies needed to achieve the envisaged space goals, such as space legislation and law, industrial policy, scientific and technological policy, international cooperation, education and capacity building policy, communication policy, and so on. But what are the questions that a space policy must answer? From my experience, the questions are which and why. Which indicate the goals and the vision. Why explains the reasons of the politics, or rather, the doctrine that the country elaborate to support its choices. In other words, its posture in the space arena. Next, please. Space doctrine. I have mentioned the space doctrine, but what is a doctrine? We can say that the doctrine is a set of principles elaborated and presented organically to answer the question which and why. In addition, the doctrine must justify measures and ways necessary to achieve the envisaged goals, in our case, by the national space policy. An example, as an example, I would like to briefly focus our attention on the following space doctrine. The US space policy, the Russian space doctrine, the Chinese white space paper, and European space policy. So the next, please. So the US space policy. The latest United Space Policy was published in December 2020 and replaced that of 2010. Among the goals contained in the US space policy, we find some key words and concepts that clearly explain the US doctrine. First of all, US space leadership, then the promotion of private sector, the responsible use of space, the space security to safeguard space component and critical infrastructures, an increase in the quality of life, the expansion of the international cooperation to preserve and sustain space and sustainability of future activities. In December 2021, the Biden's administration confirmed US space leadership with the document titled US Space Priorities Framework, in which space is a source of innovation and opportunity, address environment questions, protect people, and lead space global governance for the future generations. The next, please. Russian space doctrine. First of all, let me say that the Russian outer space policy fit within its domestic and foreign policy guidelines. The Russian Federation indeed doesn't have a national document for space policy because the Russian tradition is still based on the 5-year space programs, such as during the Soviet period. The only attempt of strategy document was the fundamentals of the Russian Federation state policy in the field of space activity for the period up to 2030 and behind, approved by the President of the Federation in 2013. However, we can find some key element of space doctrine in the decree, the famous decree number 5663 of 1993, in which the Federation declares to use space for the well-being of the citizens, for its security, and to solve global problems. All this while the country want to guarantee equal rights for all subjects eager to participate in the space activities. The other latest relevant document related to the Russian space policy is the Russian National Security Strategy, published in 2021, from which we can deduce the contribution of space to the national security. In fact, the Russian leaders clearly placed the space strategy in the context of defense requirement and military control. The next, please. Just a final, finally, it's interesting to note the emphasis on the necessity to preserve the identity, culture, and traditional Russian spiritual and moral values. In this expression, we can feel a sort of a sentiment of attack by Western states and their cultures. And in our case, let me say, what can space do? In my experience of 30 years, space culture and space diplomacy could facilitate the establishment of an environment of dialogue and exchange and partnerships. So, please, the next, the China Space White Paper. The latest Chinese White Paper was published in 2021. The emphasis of the new paper is focused on international cooperation policies. China, in fact, wants to use the space program to pursue commercial objectives related to the aerospace industry and, at the same time, diplomatic and strategic goals. First of all, we note the creation of a space information corridor that will integrate satellite applications of telecommunications, and observation and navigation to provide innovative application services along the new Silk Road according to the One Belt, One Road initiative. The China space policy proposed the joint building of a community which share a future, where space belongs to all humanity, and therefore all humanity benefit from the space activities. The next, please, the European space policy. Let me say that European Union is a space power recognized by all the new space nations. And for a long time, Europe has been elaborating a space policy shared with its member states and the European Space Agency. The latest document of the space policy is the communication of the European Commission of 2016, shared by the European Parliament and Council, in which the key concepts of the European Doctrine are space for citizens and their security, autonomy in the access to space, competition and innovation of the European industry, international cooperation and space diplomacy. In 2021, the European Union published the regulation which established the space program of the Union and the creation of the new European Union Program Agency, the EUSPA. Many principles have been reconfirmed, as well as all main space programs, such as Copernicus and Galileo, and the new ones, such the SSA, GovSatcom, and the Cassini initiative devoted to the small and medium enterprises. Currently, other discussions are in progress at member state level on space traffic management, launchers, and secure connectivities. After the space policy and related doctrine concepts, now let's try to add other two concepts: space strategy, definition, and space program. The space strategy is a set of means and timing necessary to achieve the goals defined by the space policy. The question to answer are what and when, what tools, what instrument, ways, and what timeframes are needed to implement the policy. So the space strategy must clearly indicate all these elements. But what is the main tool to implement the strategy? The space program is the national space plan, which could contain all projects, initiatives, infrastructures, and related human and financial resources necessary to implement the strategy. All, therefore, will be the question that the space program should answer. The next, please. So, at this point, the fourth pillar is the space governance. What is the space governance? We can define space governance, the interaction between subject responsible, governmental subject responsible for space activities and other main subjects, including private ones, such as industry, academy, society, subjects that contribute to the elaboration and definition of the national space policy and the national space strategy. The next, please. So in these slides, we have a summary scheme to understand the process and flows which link the space policy with the space strategy and the space program. The space governance defines the space policy with its goals and objectives and answer the question which and why. The space strategy establish means and timing and answer the question what and when. Finally, the space program makes the dress that the country wants to have, thanks to its scientific, technological, and industrial capacity. The space program answers the question, oh. Finally, the next one, after this logical process, the space ecosystem, in my vision, in my experience, is the space community and its environment, where the space governance elaborates and defines its own space policy, its space strategy, and related national space plan. In other words, we can say that the space ecosystem is that environment where national, regional, or international priorities are focused, achieved, and implemented. In conclusion, the last one, please. In my experience, the best space ecosystem is the community which is able to define the best space policy goals for its need, develop and educate its best space governance, use the best means and resources to achieve its goals, contribute to its socio-economic growth, promote the best awareness to support space sustainability, make best use of space diplomacy to maintain a peaceful space environment. Thank you for your attention. So maybe more than 10 minutes.
Being with him in several international consultations, such as the GGE on transparency and confidence building measures, and I followed also the main achievement he realized in the international space policy and law sector, which are the guidelines for the long-term sustainability of outer space activities. His competence, his calm, his patience with many stakeholders, very irrequiet sometimes and very difficult to manage. I think it's one of its best skills. Please, Peter, you have the floor.
Thank you for the kind introduction, Sergio, and I must say it's a great pleasure for me to be here in person at this event today, my first international conference following the onset of COVID, and so wonderful to see so many colleagues in the flesh. So I'm going to talk about the policy considerations for establishing a space ecosystem, and in his opening remarks, Sergio mentioned how policy provides a kind of a sort of a map for where we want to take a space arena. So, is the clicker working? Ah, okay. So let's begin by this. So think of policy as a map, right? Maps, this is a medieval map of the world, the Mappa Mundi in Hereford Cathedral, and it depicts the medieval world as it was understood by the people who depicted that map. So it incorporated their knowledge and their understanding of the world as they knew it. Does anybody recognize the modern globe on there? You might be struggling a bit, so let me help you out a bit. Oh. Oh, okay, it's this one middle. So, to help you out, that's what the countries that we now recognize as modern states depicted on that map. And can you see how it depicted the world that was important to the people who were using the map at that time? So maps depict the world as we understand it. And I want to use that same analogy for how we develop space policy, because sometimes there are hidden assumptions that we incorporate into the way we develop national policy and about how we think about things. So let's see now what the space world looks like, or what we think it looks like today. Starting with the evolution of the space world in the 50 years from 1966, top left, to 2016 in the top right. You can see that in the early days of the space age, space activities were dominated by the two Cold War superpowers with a few allies. Fast forward to 2016, you can see many more countries involved, including a large number of Latin American countries that have become active in space. And if I was to depict the map as of today, there would be even more orange on that map, particularly on the African continent, where we're seeing an acceleration of space activity. The space environment at that time, at the beginning, was pristine, but we now have a space environment that is getting increasingly congested with the products of this first 50 years of space exploration, all the debris that's up there, defunct satellites, rocket upper stages, and so on. We're also seeing a tremendous growth in space activities, and this chart depicts the different kinds of uses by color category, but the point being that we are seeing really an exponential rise, and the enormous contribution of the commercial sector to the growth of space in recent years. And then finally, we're seeing the emergence of all sorts of new kinds of space activities that weren't contemplated in the early days of the space age. But it's amazing, though, that the fundamental instruments like the Outer Space Treaty can still be interpreted to incorporate these new developments. So, then taking that sort of mental view of things and moving into the space arena, one is that space policy is never primary policy. It's always ancillary policy in support of primary policy objectives like healthcare, defense, education, and so on. And one should always bear that in mind. And in developing policy, look for the convergence of space activities with national priorities. The next point I want to make is that space policy is never developed in a vacuum. There are always historical factors at play, prior space activities, very often happening in isolated pockets, disparate activities, previous investments, institutional arrangements that are already established. So the drafters of a space policy rarely begin with a blank sheet of paper. Well, they start with a blank sheet of paper, but there is a reality that has to be accommodated as they develop the policy. Then there is the current landscape. In terms of institutions, infrastructures, different groups of actors, human capital that may be present or necessary to develop. And then there are the desired outcomes. Remember producing that map and figuring out where you want to go. In terms of the governance, the balance between dependence and self-reliance, between, for example, defense, applications, etc. So those are many of the different considerations that come into play, and also things like international cooperation and so on. The third point is I talk about what I call cargo cult policymaking. I've observed in many emerging space countries that there is a tendency to take the existing space policies of other nations and then to incorporate those elements to build a national space policy. And this is a good way to start, but one has to be careful not to think that just because you incorporate elements that are in other nations' space policies, that it will somehow lead to investment and attract commercial space developments and so on. And I use this analogy from the the Melanesian islands, shortly after the end of the Second World War, there were lots of air bases on the Melanesian islands that were decommissioned, and the aircraft left, and the islanders were left wondering what they should do to attract the airplanes, the cargo planes, back to the islands. So they built replicas of the aircraft, thinking that that would attract the real airplanes back, and it never did. The same thing applies to policy. I think we have to be careful not to have ritual policy structures that we think will attract investment and development without the fundamentals being there. The next is to not confuse policy with vision. This is the kind of diagram that you often see in documents like a national innovation policy or things like that. And it's very techie and so on, but it doesn't actually inspire any new visionary approaches to things. Here's a Chesley Bonestell painting done by the famous artist in 1948. It depicts a reusable rocket landing on the moon. That's vision. This is the Starship, I think it's the SN-15 prototype before its 10-kilometer test flight. So there are today several visions for space. We often think about a US vision or a Chinese vision or a Russian vision, but also we have these new emerging billionaire investors who are not only visionaries, but have the resources to turn their visions into reality. And we need to be very mindful of, as we take all of these visions into space, that we develop in a way that is rationable, sustainable, and equitable. And in that regard, I'm very happy that Sergio mentioned the long-term sustainability guidelines that quite a number of us in this room and many other colleagues around the world worked on for 8 years to develop, and that are now available for governments to implement. The elements of a sustainable space ecosystem, just to touch on some of the points I think that the other speakers have already touched on, but political support vital for establishing an industry and then sustaining that industry so that it can develop heritage, which then makes it competitive on the international stage. Also very important to establish enabling regulation that is necessary to implement international treaty obligations or recommended best practices and standards, but that is not overburdensome, and that is clear in terms of its implementation. Human capital development, also a very important component. So we will cover all of these elements in various of the plenaries, so I won't dwell on this point. Finally, I want to end with just a word about the Handbook for New Space Actors, which has a number of issues that pertain to the development of policy. We had ordered copies of this handbook in Spanish to be available here, but I understand that they are currently in customs. We hope that the handbook will be made available to participants of this masterclass during the Glec. The handbook is aimed at government actors, commercial actors, and also students, and it addresses the fundamentals of space law in Chapter 1. Chapter 2 addresses the public policy issues, the administration of space activities, and there are some case studies as well. And then the third chapter addresses things like pre-launch considerations, the licensing, the operational phase, and post-operational considerations like end-of-life disposal. There is a link there. You can download the handbook, but I will be hopefully the copies of the physical handbook in Spanish will arrive. And just finally, to end on this note, to tell everyone here that we will be hosting the Summit for Space Sustainability in London on the 22nd and 23rd of June, together with our partners, the UK Space Agency, where we will be discussing many of the topics related to the long-term sustainability of space activities. Thank you very much for your attention.
Very much, Peter. Okay. Sorry. Thank you, Peter, for your very insightful presentation, and we hope sincerely that the book will arrive in time for the participants to this Glec 2022. I now give the floor to Steve Mirmina. Senior Attorney, Office of the General Counsel, International Division, NASA. Also engaged in research and teaching activities in Georgetown Law University. And I read that Professor Mirmina has helped negotiate and conclude more than 1,000 international agreements for missions across all NASA world. I remember that we also had the opportunity to have some debate on the Artemis Accords recently. Yes. And well, I'm very pleased to give you the floor, Steve.
Good morning, everybody. I needed to put my glasses on so I could see my own handwriting. I want to start by thanking the organizers for this conference, and in particular, Professor Marchisio. I've been doing international space law for more than 20 years and teaching it almost as long. And when Professor Marchisio speaks, I still learn things. So thank you very much for the privilege. I want to talk about space law, and the point I want to make, if there's one takeaway from my remarks, is that international space law is just one small part of the space law that countries require. In addition to international space law, as I'll go through my remarks, there's national space legislation. As Professor Marchisio pointed out, there's law that comes from international organizations. And as I will point out, there's also law that comes from private parties that needs to be followed, as well as what we call soft law or non-binding law, which also has legal impact. So in terms of international space law, I brought a copy of it to show you. There's a book that the United Nations puts out, and I'll leave it up here if anybody wants to see it. It's called the United Nations Treaties. And I tell my students that if you want to be a space lawyer, you should study space law because there are only 5 treaties that you ever need to know. So it's a good area in which to become a specialist. And as Professor Marchisio pointed out, one of the most sensitive areas in national space law is what we call the Article 6 problem. And in the Outer Space Treaty of 1967, it says that in Article 6, states parties to the treaty shall bear international responsibility for national activities in outer space and for assuring that national activities are carried out in conformance with the provisions of the present treaty. The activities of non-governmental entities shall require authorization and continuing supervision by the appropriate state. So those 4 words of authorization and continuing supervision, those 4 words in the treaty are the reason that countries have national space laws. Because treaties apply to states. They don't apply to individuals. So at least in the US, the way we apply the treaties is through national laws and regulations. The first national space law we had was in 1958. It was the law that created NASA, but it didn't regulate private parties. Those laws came later. And there are 3 government agencies that regulate space in the US. There's the FAA. They license launching activity and human spaceflight and spaceports. There's the FCC, and the FCC regulates telecom satellites or telecommunications. And finally, the NOAA, or the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, they regulate remote sensing of the Earth. So if you want to participate in space activities, thank you, in the United States, you need a license from one of those three entities. As Professor Marchisio noted, the US probably has the most advanced space legislation of any country. But it's not at all perfect. And I'm going to share something with you that it's common knowledge in the US, but it may not be common knowledge elsewhere. And that is, in the United States, the FAA regulates launches, and it regulates re-entry of space vehicles. But there's currently no government agency with the authority to regulate everything that happens in outer space. So FAA regulates launch, it regulates return, but all the stuff in the middle, there's no government agency with the authority to regulate that. So if you think we're going to have private entities on the moon, that's great, except there are no US laws applicable to what goes on the moon. And that kind of is a little bit mind-blowing. You can regulate the launch vehicle, you can do a review of the payload, but at least in the US, no one can regulate what happens while the folks are either in space on the lunar surface or on the Martian surface. So even in the US, with the most comprehensive regulations, we're not at all through with what we need to do, legally speaking. In addition to national legislation, of course, as Professor Marchisio said, international organizations have a regulatory role: the ITU, the United Nations, the European Space Agency. And of course, the UN, publishes the treaties. There hasn't been a treaty since 1979. So in the last 40 plus years, there hasn't been any serious treaty making that's been accomplished in the United Nations. So other measures need to fill that gap. So how is it filled? And it's filled in several ways. One way is by multilateral, or I should say plurilateral agreement. By that I mean small groups of countries get together and decide what to do to fill in all the gaps of the treaty. So for example, the 1998 IGA, which is the Intergovernmental Agreement for the Space Station, there are 15 states parties. It's the US, Canada, Russia, Japan, and 11 European nations. They created law. The folks who wrote the IGA created international law, and it's only applicable to those states, but it's also applicable to anyone who wants to come to the space station. If they want to send a payload, if they want to send an astronaut, they need to abide by the terms of the IGA. So for example, there's an article on criminal jurisdiction in the IGA, and it decides if one astronaut were to commit a crime, who could prosecute the astronaut? Would they need to be sent to another country for prosecution? None of that is in the treaty, but it is in the IGA. So that's an example of multilateral agreements, or plurilateral, more than two states creating law. Another way is through bilateral agreements. So for example, the US has framework agreements with other countries. We have a framework agreement with Italy, with France. We're working on one right now with Japan. We have one with Sweden. Interestingly enough, with Hungary. We have one with Brazil, with Israel. And there's about a dozen or so of these bilateral framework agreements. And even though it's only two states that participate, between those states, what they agree creates international law between them. As an example of law that's been recently created, the US is negotiating 3 agreements right now with Luxembourg, Australia, and New Zealand. And we have 3 articles that are new in those agreements that don't appear in previous framework agreements. One, for example, is on planetary protection. We're talking about a sustainable environment in outer space, and we have a legal obligation for the first time in international law to observe the Coast Bar Guidelines. The Coast Bar Guidelines are not binding, so we thought, let's make them binding. We can't make something non-binding binding unless you have a legal commitment to observe a non-binding agreement. Another example is space debris mitigation. Many of you know in 2007, the COPIUS passed the space debris mitigation guidelines. It was endorsed by the UN General Assembly, and in fact, they essentially endorsed the substance of a technical working group called the IADC, the Interagency Space Debris Coordinating Committee. And there are 2 points I'd like to make with that. The IADC, it's a technical committee, 11 space agencies are in it, so not governments, but space agencies. And they said, to reduce space debris, we need to take technical measures, right? You can't have a spacecraft that's abandoned in space, that's full of electricity and full of fuel. Because you know, eventually it's going to degrade and it's going to explode, right? So you have to vent your fuel, you have to drain your electricity. There are these technical measures, voluntary measures, and they are voluntary even though they're endorsed by the General Assembly. But by putting the obligation in a bilateral, legally binding agreement, we have now made a legal commitment to observe non-binding guidelines. So as people talk about soft law and they say, they're not incorrect, I don't have to follow that because that's not legally binding. Technically, that's accurate until it becomes legally binding. Another example is when non-legally binding measures become what we call the standard of care. If any responsible operator would follow these non-binding measures, and then someone doesn't, well, later on in the future, if there's a case, a tort case, a negligence case, if they're trying to decide whether somebody was at fault to determine liability, and you say, well, he didn't follow what a reasonable person would do, then that non-binding legal guideline could have legal effects later on. So I think I'm going to stop there for now. But again, the points I want to make, international space law is just one small part. There's national space law, there's plurilateral, legally binding agreements, bilateral agreements, and then of course, soft law or technical measures eventually can become legally binding. So happy to answer any questions or talk more about this later. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Steve, for your presentation and contribution to this masterclass of space law. Now I call to the podium Marlène Michel Lauzier, Principal, Lauzier and Gonzalez, PLLC based in Washington, D.C. The legal basis of Michel is in international litigation, alternative dispute resolution, and contractual matters. And he is a legal expert in international law, advising private and public clients on international and national laws relating to different sectors, including space policy, maritime, terrestrial, and other sectors. Please, you have the floor.
Good morning. My name is Dr. Marlène Michel Lauzier. I'm a legal expert in international law and principal of the legal boutique Lauzier Gonzalez, as Professor Marquisio mentioned, where I advise on international and national laws relating to matters of sovereignty and jurisdiction when they conflict or are evoked in areas beyond national jurisdiction in maritime, terrestrial, and beyond Earth context, and often as effects of state succession. As expert to several IAF committees, it is a great pleasure for me to participate in its dedicated efforts this week in Quito to realize a broader and more cooperative space regime. It is also an honor to be amongst much esteemed colleagues delivering remarks highlighting the relevance of space law and policy for developing space ecosystems. In this brief time, I hope to provide a general overview of key considerations relating to broad and narrow multilateral and bilateral agreements for those states contemplating entering into or expanding their space activities in order that they may most strategically utilize these instruments. At the onset, I would emphasize the importance of understanding, even in general terms, the normative space law framework created through the United Nations Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space, or COPUOS, and consisting in most part of 5 broad multilateral treaties, 5 principles, and several guidelines. This normative framework has sustained the Forum for Space Diplomacy, growth of its activities, and related economies for more than half a century. I would emphasize also the importance of monitoring, even if peripherally, the ongoing efforts to further develop that normative framework by the UN COPUOS, as well as by diverse space actors, sovereign states, their instrumentalities through the use of national laws, and also narrower multilateral and bilateral agreements. These efforts will inevitably modify the normative framework and impact how states can pursue their legal and practical space objectives. The predominant basis of the normative framework, as you may know, is the 1967 United Nations Outer Space Treaty, to which of 193 states in the world, there are currently 112 states parties, some of which have historically led outer space activities and most who are at diverse stages of their spacefaring capacity. The 1967 Outer Space Treaty and the 4 treaties that followed resulted from an extensive diplomatic mechanism of negotiation and a broad multilateral level in a United Nations forum. This occurred at a time when there were very few states with space capabilities, and initially, if only 2, that were spacefaring. The majority of states that, while collaborating and concluding the still preeminent 1967 broad multilateral agreement, then only aspired in some future to be spacefaring and to operate under its rules and principles that continue for the time being to be the basis of the normative framework. The diplomatic mechanism for creating the broad multilateral agreement conferred onto spacefaring and non-spacefaring states a strategic opportunity to legally assert and navigate a future position in the space sector, as well as collaborate in designing international space law and policy. The value of this legal capacity is preserved in the United Nations treaty system through broad multilateralism and procedural rules set forth under the COPUOS. Given dynamic space activities and ongoing efforts to enhance the normative framework, retaining that legal capacity should be guarded by states, especially those considering forming party to any of the 5 UN space treaties and or contemplating entering into narrower agreements. Broad multilateral agreements are not perfect, including the UN space treaties, whose ratification rates are decreasingly lower with each successive treaty. Arguably, the issue is not how representative they are, but why. In striving to achieve an internationally collaborative space law regime, an inherent concern is not that states have necessarily declined to ratify the treaties because they oppose their terms, but despite having the legal capacity and to negotiate and conclude them, did not as an unfortunate result of the lack of logistical capacity. The mechanism employed to create broad multilateral agreements to be advantageous for any state demands that that state have, to name a few, the linguistic, legal, scientific, technical, economic, and diplomatic capabilities to send delegates to best represent and negotiate their interests, but also, when needed, geopolitical and socioeconomic leverage to partake in negotiations, and if not, then inclusion in a conglomerate of states that can together advance regional and thematic goals. With changed context over decades surrounding outer space activities, such as transformed geopolitical landscapes, advancing technologies, and ambitious new public and private actors, it became evident that the normative framework needed to be revised. The UN Corpus, to address these growing concerns, incorporated in its Unispace Plus 50 thematic priorities the legal regime of outer space and global space governance, and asserted that legal and institutional initiatives were needed in order to ensure that international space law continued to be a relevant part of the global space governance in the 21st century, thereby mandating its legal subcommittee to promote the progressive development of space law. Such efforts are underway at the UN COPUOS, and with many great initiatives by the UN Office of Outer Space Affairs, and in partnership with both public and private entities. Whether initially at treaty formation or revision or review, the broad multilateral process is slow, and contemporaneously perhaps not fast enough to accommodate the many advances in space exploration, and its end product cannot be perfect for every state, nor arguably is it now sufficiently inclusive for non-space actors. Resultingly, in parallel, public and private actors have undertaken efforts outside the UN to remediate issues in the normative framework through debated interpretation and application of space rules and principles, the development of national laws, and the creation of narrower agreements. Increasingly sought, these narrow agreements can expedite and diversify international collaboration and growth in a more customizable manner. They can aid states in advancing their interests and those of their nationals, allowing for a more adept melange of cooperative relationships, expanded space activities, and their related economies. One of the most well-known of such narrow agreements are the International Space Station Agreements, which have led to many proven successes and benefits in the space industry and much beyond for all of society. Narrow agreements can be even more expeditious if they are unilaterally drafted and opened for signature on a multilateral or bilateral basis. The drafting state assumes its design, which decreases the level of expert and logistical involvement necessary by the signatory state or states, but leaves much lessened leverage to express the latter's autonomy. Such agreements allow for the drafting of states to install requirements that signature and periodic renewal. Narrow agreements are permissible, even encouraged under international law, of which space law is subject. States should be aware that narrower agreements also impose positive and negative obligations, and that they have the capacity, whether unintended or strategically intended, to alter the conventional law framework. The rules for creating such agreements are set forth in the 1969 Vienna Convention on Treaties, which should be consulted and adhered to in order to assure the terms of the narrow agreement conform to the greater policy objectives of the overarching thematic treaty. If not, the central risk is that even under the terms of non-binding instruments, such practices would form customary international law in face of standing conventional law or its rulemaking mechanism. The practice and custom derived from narrowly created agreements could be advantageous for some states, but it competes with the efforts in the UN COPUOS to revise the normative framework built on a broad multilateral basis, and therefore affecting a potential cost to all states, leading to lessened legal and practical leverage to operate outside a potentially debilitated normative space law framework. Generating customary law through the practice of narrow agreements could put at risk the conventional laws established by agreements that were inclusively negotiated and concluded by a broad base of states at the COPUOS, and it may have likelier prospects to maintain peaceful exploration and use of outer space, including on the moon and other celestial bodies, which is one of the core principles of the space law policy. The UN COPUOS has an imperative to ensure the peaceful use of outer space and to seek to operate within established space law principles. Efforts to fill gaps in the present regime may take longer and be more complex, but the legal mechanism with which it was designed was intended to ensure the broad participation of all states and can likely achieve its mandate in parallel with narrow agreements if they adhere to international treaty law, of which all states should be well informed, including benefits they can derive from it and obligations under which they are subject. It is advisable that states consult with experienced space law and policy experts in conjunction with technical experts and before entering into broader or even more narrow multilateral agreements in view of present and future considerations potentially affecting the normative space law framework. I hope that these brief remarks have provided some context for better understanding the possibilities that can be facilitated through broad and narrower multilateral and bilateral agreements that frame space ecosystems and that can assist states in making strategically advantageous decisions while maintaining legal standing and leverage to participate in international space law and policy-making mechanisms, which are vital for states in order that they reserve agency to exercise their rights of self-determination in navigating their own space futures. Thank you for your attention.
So thank you very much, Dr. Marlene, for these considerations relating to the increasing role of the multilateral and bilateral treaties and agreements in this field. And thank you again. And now I give the floor to the last speaker of the round table, who is Mr. Chuen Chen Lo from the ITU, Space Publication and Registration Division, Radio Communication Bureau. He's the head of that, and I wanted to underline 2 points. Firstly, that before marching to ITU, he had a long experience, more than 20 years in the space industry, including working with satellite operators and manufacturers. And secondly, that he is now the head of a very important department in the ITU, because this department deals with the registration and publication of all satellite network filings, as well as the maintenance of the famous master register. Thank you very much for coming, and you have the
Thank you very much, Sergio, and I would like to thank also very much to the organizers for giving us, the ITU, the opportunity to be here to address this forum and to be able to interact with people from this area. So Sergio has given a brief introduction of my past history in this domain. I'm going to just, first let me try to see if it will work. Okay. I can't go back. Right. Okay, so let me start by introducing the ITU. So we are the UN Specialized Agency for Information and Communication Technologies, ICT. We are broken down into 3 sectors mainly, radio communication sector, telecommunication standardization sector, that's the ITUT, that's where we deal with the standardization, and then we have a development sector as well. Now for us, what we're talking about today and where I'm coming from is from the radio communication sector. All right, our membership consists of 193 member states. We have more than 700 industry and international organizations, mainly from the industry. Actually, we call the sector members. And we have also more than 160. Actually, the number now is higher than this. Okay, I haven't updated. But our members spread across a broad spectrum of the industry. And I think that's what makes us special in the UN organization arena, because we really have the involvement of the private sector in all our policies. So, Constitution now, Article 1 of our ITU Constitution says that ITU shall effect allocation of bands for the radio frequency spectrum, the allotment of frequencies, and of any associated orbital position in geostationary or any associated characteristics of satellites in other orbits in order to avoid harmful interference. So the objective is to avoid harmful interference. Our job is to allocate this frequency and and have a framework to make sure that all this will work together. It not only deals with the frequency, but also the associated orbits. So I'm going to talk about the radio regulation. This is everything we are working on in the ITOR, radio regulations. It's the intergovernmental treaty governing the use of spectrum and orbit resources. It defines the rights and obligations of the member states. Well, it comes in volumes of 4, red book like this, but right to these days, everybody use electronic version, so you can get a free download from this website. Now on the left of the slide, you see the World Radio Communication Conference, what we call the WRC. This is held every 4 years to review and revise the radio regulation if necessary, and it is always necessary. Now this is the very, very important part of this international treaty. It is not static. Okay, it is revised every 4 years based on the demands of the industry. So the WRC is the main instrument to keep our regulations and our relevance to the industry. And these revisions are made on the basis of an agenda, which is determined by ITU Council, which actually make use of a recommendation from a previous WRC. So the previous WRC we had was in 2019 in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt. The picture up there is actually in one of the meeting rooms we had in Sharm el-Sheikh. It was a grueling 4-week session to come up with this update of this treaty, and we managed. And the main thing for ITU is that we come to agreement by consensus. So we try not to have voting. We almost have no voting, no need for any voting, although this is possible, but we always strive towards consensus. So we reached consensus in 2019 on a bunch of issues, and then we also agree on the agenda that we are then going to discuss in 2023, which will be in UAE. So talking about the radio regulations, there is a reference to the Constitution. So one of the main things is that the radio frequencies and their associated orbits are limited natural resources. Okay, and they have to be used rationally, efficiently, and economically, so that countries may have equitable access to these orbits and frequencies. So Sergio mentioned this morning about equality. Well, in our constitution, we have this concept in as well, equitable access. Okay? And that all stations must be established in such a manner such as not to cause harmful interference to the radio service of other members or their operating agencies. And then the objective of the radio regulations on the left, to facilitate equitable access to and rational use of these natural resources, okay, to ensure the availability and protection from harmful interference for distress and safety purpose. Of course, this is very important. Whenever we need for distress and safety, it has to be top priority. So the radio regulations has this concept built right in, okay? And then to assist in the prevention and resolution of cases of harmful interference, because no matter how well we allocate, in practice, in reality, there is still going to be possible cases of harmful interference. So we have means to do that in the radio regulation. Okay, and the last one I just want to say also, to provide for and when necessary regulate new applications of radio communication technology. So we are evolving and we keep trying to incorporate new technologies. So radio regulations, here are some useful, if you don't have time to read the whole 4 books, well, read some of these articles at least, okay? The table of frequency allocation, this is very important. The world is divided into 3 regions, which I showed here, okay, the 3 regions. And then the frequencies are allocated to various services by frequency bands and the service, and then the regions. And then frequencies are supposed, as the frequency assignments shall be made in accordance with the table of frequency allocation. However, if you really believe that you want to use something that is not according with the table, it is possible, but it's on the condition that you shall not cause harmful interference and shall not request for protection. So there are a whole bunch of regulations concerning that. Master register. So this is the very important function that we are upkeeping. This is the Master International Frequency Register, which we call Master Register for short. So any assignment recorded in the Master Register with a favorable finding shall have the right to international recognition. And this means that other administrations shall take this into account when making their own assignments. So then that is 8.3 of the radio regulations, and in 4.3 of the regulations also mentioned that if you want to assign something new, a new assignment, or modify any existing assignment, it must be, you have to ensure that it will not cause harmful interference to those that are already recorded in the master register. So I'm going to just run through this one. Okay, I'm good, because this presentation contains a lot of details on the steps, so I'm going to skip through all the steps because of the interest of time. So I'm going to just go through this diagram about the regulatory procedure. Now, because I'm going to talk more about small satellites, so most small satellites use frequency bands that are not subject to coordination, and this slide is relevant, okay? So for these kind of projects, start with an API, what we call Advanced Publication Information. You submit the characteristics to us, we will immediately publish it as received. That means we are fully transparent. Whatever you submit to us, we put it on the web. Everybody can see what is being submitted. We will process it, and then we will publish within 2 months. And then after the publication, we will publish a formal circular, okay, so that everybody can see what is being published. And then after that, there are 4 months for comments from other administrations. So these comments can say, oh, it's going to affect my service. So then you have to resolve with them. So this is the kind of a coordination procedure. You have to coordinate with all these administrations. And at the end of the process, you notify it for registration in the master's register, and you bring the assignment into use. Okay, now because of the large number of satellites that are being launched, we are being very careful about bringing it into use. So any information to us that your satellite has been brought into use, we are going to check. Is it really in that orbital position? Is it really using those frequency assignments? We are going to check. If not, we are going to question until we get a real situation, then we will record it. Okay, so that is the general framework. Okay, other than that, I'm going to just skip through. We have online services, so we want to be very inclusive to everyone, so we have everything online. So for those interested, all the information are here. And then just want to summarize. For the regulatory procedure, if you recall in my chart, it is a maximum of 7 years, okay? But a lot of administrations are submitting the API to us very late, and then they start calling me because the launch service provider saying it's not going to launch unless you show me an ITU publication, okay? So then we are in trouble because then we have to rush to publish it. But we can't because the radio regulation says we have to process it in a certain way. All right, so please start the regulatory process early. Something else I want to mention for emerging nation is that the third slide from the bottom, there is a free entitlement. Now, all filings are submitted, subject to cost recovery fee, except those for amateur satellite service. So all filings are subject to a cost recovery fee. But for each administration, there is a free entitlement for 1 publication per year. So for emerging nations, emerging space nations, please take note of that. There's 1 free filing per year. Okay. Other than that, there are other information you can get from our website. So yeah, for the interest of time, I try not to go into too much detail. I try to paint an overall framework of the ITU regulations and the background constitution so that you have a good idea of the process. With that, I thank you.
Thank you very much, Chuen. We will have some time to come back to these issues on the plenary number 3 on Wednesday. So now we have finished the first workshop, and I thank again very much the speakers. And I call for the speakers of the second part of our morning. We should try to finish within 12:30, I think, because then the lunch is served and we should try to exploit this possibility. So thank you all the panelists on the workshop on sharing experiences and practices on space governance and law in emerging countries. Panel number 1, Tatiana Viana, Daniel Peña Herrera, Charles Mavangi, Heber Romero, and Ludovica Ciaravano. Please, can you take the floor? Tatiana is the Scientific Technical Secretary of the Italo-Latin American International Organizations in Rome, and she's a PhD in space law, particularly in matter of registration of space objects. She is involved in space matters, legal and policy matters since long time, and I thank her very much for having been here today. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you, Professor Marchisio. Good morning to everybody. I'm very happy to be here in Ecuador, to be here in this meeting, and I would like to thank you, the President Freund, and my dear Professor Marchisio for the kind invitation. And I would like also to convey the greetings from our General Secretary of the Italian Latin American Organization, Ambassador Antonella Cavallari. So we'll talk a little bit about Latin American space, law, cooperation, and future perspectives. This presentation is about our experience in the ILA with our consultancy service and the space law and the space diplomacy. As you can see below in the diapositive, we have 20 Latin American countries members of our organizations, and also more Italy, and we are based at Rome. So the service, the space law service from ILA is focused on the main legal obligations of the Latin American states in conducting space activities. And also, very important, was Professor Marchisio said in the lecture, we are focused also in the benefits of space activities for Latin American countries, especially for the scientific, technological, and social development. I would like also to point out that in the beginning of the space age, the Latin American countries are very aware about the legal implications regarding conducting space activities. And we can also make reference with the Professor Aldo Armando Coca for Argentina, that is also recognized as the father of the space law. In 1953, he was already studying space law and the legal implications of Latin American countries. And in 1957, he published the theory about the interplanetary law. We have also Professor Valadão for the Pontifícia Universidade Católica of Rio de Janeiro in Brazil, that in the Congress of Latin American Lawyers, he asked on one point of the agenda about interplanetary space law issues. Also, we have in Mexico, Professor Seara Vázquez, that in 1961 published an important manual of space law and politics. And also we have Professor Bauza Araújo from Uruguay that in 77 has another important studies of principles of space law. So as we can see from the first two launches in outer space for the last years, we had 1809 space object launched in outer space, and from 96 countries. This is the data from the Space Online Index for UNOSA. And for our member states, we have 175 space objects launched in outer space. And we started with Italy in 1964 with San Marco 1. So, as our service of consultancies, we started with the country sheet to know what's the status of our member states right now. And we made some basic questions about if they have a space policy, a space strategy, if they have ratified the treaties, the international treaties, if they have universities, if they have industry, if they have what country they have cooperation, bilateral cooperation or multilateral cooperation, and also a very important question, if they have in their strategies, they have included the digital inclusion and the gender issue. And we have some results of this research, and you can see that from our member states, we have 17 countries with memberships in the UN Corpus. And also, we have 13 countries for our 20 member states that have ratified the Outer Space Treaty. 10 member states also have ratified 4 of the 5 international treaties. This is very interesting data. And also, we have 12 space agencies for our 20 member states. But also, the member states that has no space agencies, they have some sector in the one ministry that leading with the space issues. And also, I can point out the main shortcomings for our member states. That is about technical and scientific training, about a coherent legal framework tailored to the country's needs, and take into account the country's developing space sector. And also, very important, is the financial resource to foster internship and local industry. And here, in order to address these shortcomings, we organized 2 space law and space diplomacy courses for member states, one for Central American countries and another for Mercosur countries. And we had more than 200 people each day to participate of the meetings. This demonstrated a high interest of Latin American countries in these issues. And also, regarding space benefits, we just finished a very interesting project in telemedicine with European Union and with Panama and Brazil. Also, we are organizing a space library in ILA at Rome with all Latin American authors. It's open to research to everybody. And as future perspectives, we can point out mainly that we are organizing study groups to research techniques for the elaboration of space laws that are compatible with the technological realities and with the national space policies of the countries, of our member states. For example, if the country will focus on government activities or in commercialization or in international cooperation. And I would like to finalize with a very beautiful pictures of a group of female engineers from Guatemala that have worked in the first small satellite launched from Guatemala, the Quetzal-1. This is a very perspective from Latin America pictures. And I finalize with the phrase with the Italian astrophysic Margarita Hack, that she says that in the life there is nothing to fear, only to understand. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Now we continue with a lawyer from the host country here, Daniel Peña Herrera, senior lawyer, Abaden Campos Abogados from Ecuador. He's a specialist with mention in law procedural at the Simón Bolívar Andean University in Ecuador, lawyer at the Central University of Ecuador, and he's a specialist in foreign trade and international negotiation and several other skills. You have the floor, Daniel.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here in Glec. Thank you, Professor Marquisio. Today I have the honor to speak about the space law in Ecuador. During my presentation, we are going to look at pictures of Ecuador. I'm confident that this is the best way to more about us, Ecuadorians. The space policy in Ecuador began in 1957, when the National Aeronautics and Space Administration Agency, also known as NASA, installed the mini-track satellites tracking station of the Cotopaxi volcano, with the goal of tracking and controlling the orbits of North American satellites. It is essential to remember that even our name's country refers to the planet's conditions. Ecuador is the center of the world. Since it's located at the 0 latitude, and it is also the highest point in that latitude. The equatorial line has a great importance in the space law because a geostationary orbit is located right above it. An insight into this background is required to understand the Ecuadorian policy and space management. In 2008, for the first time in history, the Ecuadorian Constitution recognized the Ecuadorian rights to the geostationary orbit. This recognition stems from the 1976 declaration in which Bogota Declaration, in which Colombia, Congo, Ecuador, Indonesia, Kenya, Uganda, and Zaire, now the Democratic Republic of the Congo, concluded that the geostationary orbit was a natural, limited resource, and that as a result, they needed to reaffirm their sovereignty over those spaces. The declaration of those areas as a natural resource was ratified by the International Union of Telecommunication in the article number 33.2 of the Nairobi Convention of 1982. The Bogota Declaration further states that the segments of the geostationary synchronous orbit are part of the territory over which equatorial states exercise their national sovereignty. However, this recognition hasn't been addressed by the International Telecommunication Union, which has never recognized these relevant segments as sovereign. Also, in this point of international space law, the issue of legal status of the geostationary orbit was settled in 2000 at the Committee of the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space. The 2000 agreement settled thus the claim concerning the legal status of the geostationary orbit raised by the Bogota Declaration of December 3, 1976, and concluded that the orbit segments must be used efficiently and economically to allow equitable access to this orbit and to its frequencies. This denial of recognition is supported in the Space Treaty. There, the first and one of the fundamental principles that govern the development of space law was established in the Article number 2, outer space, including the moon and the other celestial bodies, is not subject to national appropriation by claim of sovereignty, by means that the use or occupation or by any other means. Clearly, as established in this previous fragment, it is impossible to claim sovereignty over any objects of the outer space. In this context, the Ecuadorian country's proposal to claim sovereignty over orbit segments has no merit, because according to the international public law standards and the Corpus Juris Specialis, it is impossible to even consider such a notion. Despite that, Ecuador, in its constitution, expressed the wish to make use of its rights over the geostationary orbit, because it mentions the idea that these segments of the Earth is not taken as a natural limited resources, because it hasn't been treated under the principles of usage of natural resources in a rational and sustainable way. The fear that exists is that humanity may face an excessive accumulation of objects within and throughout the geostationary orbit before developing countries begin to implement a solid spatial model. And by the time this resource will probably no longer be able for its use. Therefore, we certainly declare the importance of promoting spatial development of all countries, especially the emerging ones. Finally, I must mention that the Ecuadorian state has ratified almost all international instruments of space law. So we may conclude that although Ecuador's situation in relation to international space rights is still being developed, it is positively moving in the right direction according to its constitution. In this way, my country is not alone. We have the help of international institutions and also younger enterprises like Astralintu, a sponsor of this event. Thank you for your attention.
For your intervention. I was very much interested by your reference to the Constitution of Ecuador. I didn't know that it recognizes sovereign rights on the geostationary orbit. I remember, because I was there in 2000 within the COPUOS, this agreement was reached, and in the opinion of the majority of states, that meant that the claim of equatorial states was withdrawn for the time being, with compromise that the issue would be maintained in the agenda of the legal subcommittee, and where it is still there, and if every year we open this issue without discussion in any case. But I obliged, I remember, the UN Office for Outer Affairs to publish in the booklet that was mentioned several times the text of this agreement, because for the majority is still unknown the existence of this agreement. So thank you very much. It is a very interesting point. Now we have Charles Mavangi, Director, Space Sector and Technology Development of the Kenya Space Agency. And Charles is a specialist overseeing Earth observation, research, education, and outreach programs at the Kenya Space Agency. And he is representative as an alternate of Kenya on the program board of the Group of Observation. So you have the floor, Charles.
Thank you, Professor Sergio, again for the invitation to come share our experience. Fellow panelists and the panelists who were in the other session, which was quite informative for me and I believe for the other emerging countries. So I'm going to share perspectives of where we are at the Kenya space sector, and again to try and build context into the discussions that were happening in the first session. So our journey to space in Kenya has been linked for a long time with Italy, and it started in 1962, where the discussions began on the possibility of establishing a launching site in one of our coastal towns called Malindi. That was informed by two important features. We have an east coast and we are very near the equator, so those are very ideal conditions for launch. And in 1963, there was an agreement that was signed between then what was called the Royal Technical College in Nairobi and the University of Rome. And subsequently, and I know Gabriela is here, she'll be able to correct where I misrepresent the facts. In 1964 and 1987, then subsequently in 1995, there were renewals of what we then call the establishment of the San Marco Launching Center in Malindi. In 1993, then the cabinet of Kenya sat and decided there was need to establish a body that would help guide the discussion between the Italian government, because then it was still not very clear for us in terms of the use for outer space. Even then, even though we had a launching facility in collaboration with the Italian government, it was not very clear. And then in 1993, the government decided that there was need to establish a body, and then that led to the approval to establish the Kenya National Space Secretariat. That did not happen immediately. It only came to happen in June 2009, and that is when we had what is called the National Space Secretariat, which was a vision to be the precursor for the Kenya Space Agency. And then in 2014, 2015, then we had different players who were essentially the stakeholders, stakeholder organizations, and we had in-depth discussions on where we wanted our space sector to go. And then we developed 3 instruments. We had the space policy, we had the space strategy, and then we worked on a document that would guide on the establishment of the Kenya Space Agency. And then in 2016, again, the cabinet did sit and approved the space policy, the space strategy, and the establishment of the Kenya Space Agency, which was done by executive order. That happened in 2017. And in 2018, July, we had the Kenya Space Agency board in place. And then subsequently in October 2020, then we had the launch of the strategic plan. And again, I believe that that flow resonates to some of the discussion that we had in the earlier session where Gabriela was taking us through the various stages, as well as Martinez. And I liked the perspective that was given by Steve on the role of the international, the bilateral agreement forming a framework for international, as a form of an international treaty, because subsequently in the latest renewal took a bit of time because there was quite a bit of discussions, and the ratification of the San Marcos Agreement happened in December 2020. And based on this agreement, then any other participants that would want to utilize the facility is guided by the discussion or the provision that are contained in that agreement. The reason why the government felt it was important to establish the agency was because there was that need within government and the stakeholders that we needed to spur innovation, to spur growth within the space sector. And that has been important because, again, the realization of the role that space plays, especially, and that is becoming evident for emerging countries. I just wanted to mention a few components of our role in international treaties. Kenya has ratified 2 of them, the Outer Space Treaty and the Space Liability Convention treaties. 3 are outstanding: Rescue Agreement, Registration Convention, and Moon Treaty. And I want to give an example of a scenario that, and I think, I don't remember exactly who mentioned I think it was Professor Sergio, when he was saying that there was need for, when you're adopting legislation, international convention in your national legislation, then it should be guided by the need as opposed to just ratifying that legislation. So in May 2018, we did launch the first space object from Kenya, then referred to as the first Kenyan University Nanosatellite precursor flight, which was supported by ASI, and the launch was supported by UNOSA and JAXA. And under that, then we had to register that object. Although we are not signatories to the registration of convention, we had to do the notification to be in compliance for the launch. Then subsequently, once the spacecraft deorbited. And again, some of those elements we are coming to explore. And my colleague later will be talking about the steps that you're doing to develop. We are in the process of developing a space bill that will guide our operations, and we have really benefited from the previous speakers who were sharing guidelines on the same. In terms of where we are at, we, again, in that process where emerging countries are trying to find their space, and some of the issues that we are seeking to address by having space laws is the issues around development of and launch of satellites. Of course, capacity building and the need for technology transfer. One of the other key elements is access to data and how that is managed. One of the other elements that I could mention is sometimes as developing countries, we are finding ourselves in a scenario where we are playing catch up. I would give an example much recently where we got a request from a private player to install a ground station, and we didn't have regulations that guide us on that element. And those are some of the components that we are hoping to learn. And again, we are keen to learn from those who have elaborate treaties and legislation. Again, also we are exploring how to actively engage the private sector. Of course, there was a discussion about satellite, the ITU and their role. Of course, that was also another component that we had to do with the CubeSat that was launched, the ICONS PF. But more importantly, we are trying to explore how we can use the space to address the economic, political, social, as well as the environmental challenges, as well as, of course, try and see how we can spur and grow our space economy. With those remarks, I want to again thank you for your attention and for this insightful discussion. Again, thank you.
Thank you, Charles, for this insight in East Africa and Kenya. And now we come back to Latin America with Ebe Romero, General Director, Legal and International Affairs, Paraguayan Space Agency. If I may, I would confess that 2 decades ago, I accepted to be speaker on a Congress on Roman law in Asunción, just to come to Asunción and see Paraguay. And this was the only opportunity I had to come to your country. So you have the floor.
Good morning for everyone. It's an honor for me to be here, and I want to talk about the Paraguayan Space Agency, the Paraguayan Space Law, and Paraguayan Space Policy. Sorry. Just a moment. Okay, thank you. Well, the Paraguay is an emerging country in space matters. The history of the Paraguayan space era began in 2014, and even a couple of years before. It can be said that steps were taken to create a public institution in charge of designing, understanding, and formulating space policies. And why a space policy? It was understood that to start any activity in the space sector for Paraguay, it was first necessary to have written and in a clear and orderly manner the guidelines to establish the objectives, principles, and guidelines, but someone had to be in charge to this work, and so it was agreed that it would to be Paraguayan Space Agency under the presidency of the Republic. This is the staff Paraguayan Space Agency. A series of strategies marked the beginning of the space era in Paraguay. The country is developing on the basis of a legal system, and that is what made it possible to have a clear idea of what to do, and what to achieve. The law of creation of the Paraguayan Space Agency of 2014 was the one that established that first step. Then the ratification of the Space Treaty. The main objective is to promote and develop national space activities, supporting innovation by Pacific means. The law of creation of the Paraguayan Space Agency is mandatory, like any law, and indicates everything it can and must do, and as we were saying. The Paraguayan Space Agency have a main objective, specific objectives. Who designed Paraguayan Space Agency? The Paraguayan Space Agency, who designed the Paraguayan Space Policy is made up of external board made up of a president and 12 members. This is the external advisory board of the Paraguayan Space Agency, have 11 members of the public institutions and one member of the private institution. It's the academy, ministry, governmental institutions, the academy, the force, the Paraguayan force, Ministry of Defense, of Foreign Affairs, Education and Science, National Science and Technology Council, the CONATEL, National Telecommunication Commission. The CONATEL is a Paraguayan representative in the ITU. It's important the participation in the External Advisory Board for the representation in the ITU. Who designed Paraguayan space policy? Among the powers and functions of the External Advisory Boards are the proposed policies for the development, use, and exploitation of outer space. What defines public policy is the means whereby a government maintains order or attends the needs of its citizens. And how to create a public policy. In Paraguay, the public policies is first step, and then the space policy for my country, for the Paraguay, because the public policy is changing, it's like life itself, government intervention, meaningful and destined, take full responsibility, change the status quo, influence on destiny. Space policy identify priorities linking space technology capabilities to the National Development Programs 2030, encourage and promote the growth of scientific, technical, and industrial capacities with present or future activities, the field of space. Who is responsible for the space policy and the national program of the space activities? Its role in implementing a space policy through the development of the national program of activities in Paraguay. How Paraguayan space policy is designed? Paraguay's space policy is divided into 3 chapters: principles, objectives, and guidelines. Principles: capacity building to promote national development, strengthen the country in the field of the space activity and international cooperation. And the objectives: sustainability of the state's productive sector development, active participation of national companies and entrepreneurs, research, development, innovation, and entrepreneurships. Guiding principles: implementation of international cooperation, regulation, infrastructure, promotion of the development and protection of the population and in assets, environment protection, and others guiding. Regulation, infrastructure, promotion of the development and protection, environmental, scientific divulgation, capacity and use of space technology, promotion of industry and commerce, knowledge and resources, security. And this is the space policy, Paraguayan space policy, is of 2019. And now towards the design of the National Program for Space Activity and the National Law on Space Activity. Thank you for the attention.
Thank you very much, Hebe, for this insight in the Paraguayan practice in space activities. I forgot to mention that you have, of course, a lot of qualifications, but I saw among them that you were in Messina in 2019 for the summer course on space law and policy on natural disasters organized by the European Center for Space Law. I should have remembered that. Thank you. And now we have the last speaker, who is Lodovica Ciaravano, research fellow in space law at Sapienza University of Rome, and she took her master's degree in international relations with a thesis on space law in 2020, and she will address the topic of the benefits deriving from regional mechanisms for emerging countries.
So thank you, Professor Marchisio, for the introduction, and good morning to everyone. It's an honor for me to be here, and I'm learning a lot from all the presentations. Well, today I'm going to talk about emerging countries and space ecosystems. What are the benefits deriving from space governance mechanisms? Well, first of all, space governance refers to the whole of organizations, institutions, political instruments, mechanisms, legal rules, and procedures that govern space activities. And we can distinguish between the international, regional, and national space governance. Well, today I'm going to focus on the regional space governance, which entails a form of regional cooperation. So regional cooperation refers to the institutional and legal mechanisms that countries in a specific geographical area devise to find and also strengthen common interests, as well as promoting their national interests through dialogue and mutual cooperation. And the premise is that there is a sufficient number of countries in the geographical area, interest and also able to enter the space, the regional space cooperation. So which has these forms of cooperation which allow for the governance of space activities at the regional level? Sorry? Okay. Well, the forms of regional or sometimes sub-regional forms of cooperation vary from early exchange of information at a multilateral level through workshops or conferences to periodic or institutionalized conferences, to more structured forms of cooperation, such as regional forum, and to governmental organizations that deal with space affairs, and finally, regional space agencies. Well, the more structured and integrated the form of cooperation, the more the outcomes will vary from favoring the interest of the increase of awareness on the benefits of space applications and information sharing to exchange of capabilities and hopefully technologies, to engagement in collaborative endeavors. And on this latter, these allow for, to avoid the duplication of efforts at the regional level. So coming now to the benefits of regional space cooperation, this depends to some extent on the elements of the regional space governance and the outcomes, I mean the institutional framework set up and the legal and policy instruments that are adopted. So these benefits have been identified in general terms in directing the states towards a mutual benefit. It means to achieve a common purpose that otherwise would be unattainable, where resources and capabilities are divided. Second, making full use of the geographic advantage of the locations of the countries involved. For instance, the manufacturing and launching of a satellite that can provide services for the geographic area. Also creating a certain and stable regulatory environment, and this is worth mentioning also for the national space governance. and for what attains to space law and policy, fostering capacity building in the field. And finally, increasing in the medium long term, increasing the standard setting influence of these countries at the global level. Well, but regional space governance has also an impact on the supporting regulatory regime at the national level. So to assess the impact of the regional space governance to the national one, and whether there's a one-way or two-ways relation between the national and regional level, I restricted my analysis on the African continent. As for the regional institutional framework, I will refer to the African Union. And well, the African Outer Space strategy has been adopted as a flagship project of Agenda 2063 in 2013, and it is the largest initiative in terms of countries involved and outcomes. Notably, the African Space Policy and Strategy has been adopted in 2016, and the African Space Agency established in 2018 in order to implement the flagship project. And well, in applying a chronological criteria, following the adoption of the African Space Policy and Strategy in 2016, several new African countries equipped the nation with some forms of regulation for space activities, ranging from space policy strategies to space legislation, and also acts containing the mandate for the creation of national authorities tasked with space affairs or national space agencies, or planning to do so in the short term. Notably, before 2016, as we can see in the table, 7 countries had in place supporting regulatory regimes for space activities. And for 3 of them, it seems that the developments at the regional level had no impacts on this regulation. But for 4 of them, reviewed or improved their regulation. And also, after 2016, 8 new countries entered the space arena, accompanied by some forms of regulation, adopting space policies, strategies, and national legislation. While looking at the content of these instruments, so applying a substantial criteria, we see that after 2016, 2 countries adopted national strategies which provide for an alignment of national objectives to the regional objectives set up in the space policy and strategy. So in conclusion, regional space governance is able to provide a sound environment for the development and enhancing of space activities and the supporting regulatory framework at the national level. And in particular, this allows tailored solutions to common problem challenges at the regional level. Nevertheless, the benefits depend on the possible and different elements of the regional space governance. And another that is highly influenced by the local situation. Another important consideration is that besides the common endeavors that can be carried out through the governance of space activities at the regional level, the efforts of the individual countries remain pivotal, so that there cannot be a one-way relation between the regional and national level, but it must be univocal, 2 ways, where the regional level acts as a driving force for new countries to engage in space activities, benefiting also from the regional cooperation, and the national level, at the national level, states nurture the regional level by developing and enhancing their space programs. So, thank you very much for the attention.
Thank you very much, Ludovica, for your focus on regional cooperation in space matters and also in space law and policy. We have now exhausted our time and we are ready to go for lunch. if allowed, still allowed for us. I wanted to warmly thank all of you, attenders and speakers, for the participation to this masterclass. I think that it was really a successful event until now. Well, anyway. And I will inform you that we will resume our meeting at 1:30, yes, more or less, with the second panel of the workshop on sharing experiences. Thank you very much. Now, as I told you, this is the second panel of the workshop on sharing experiences and practices on space governance and law in emerging countries. And we have, as in the morning, 4 panelists. And the first to come to the podium is Carolina Catani, responsible Derecho Espacial, Comisión Nacional de Actividades Espaciales, CONAE, Argentina. Carolina is the legal responsible in space law at the CONAE, as I said, and former director of the board of Veng, a high-tech space company controlled by CONAE. She collected 30 years of professional practice. So very warmly, I give her the floor.
I put my glasses. I need it. Well, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. First of all, I would like to thank the authorities of International Astronautical Federation for the invitation and their team for the organization of this event. I would like also to extend my thanks and congratulations to the Siderales Foundation. It is not easy due to the COVID pandemic organize an event like this. And it's my pleasure to share this workshop with Professor Mauricio and the distinguished colleagues. Considering the panel convinced us to share experience and practices on space governance and law in emerging countries, I have to present the process that Argentina has initiated in order to strengthen the practices on governance and space law, considering the technological evolution as well as the new participants that are joining the national space activity, taking the national space plan as dynamic tool for updating practice on space governance and law. To this end, I will briefly review the main legal norms in force and the deployment of national space activities in recent years. The first focus will be space law, space policy, and national legislation. I try to be quickly. The development of scientific activities. Oh, it's crazy. It's stuck. Okay. The development of scientific activity is an essential condition for building a growing society and autonomous nation. Within this framework, for the Argentine Republic, science and technology are a state policy as a fundamental pillar for the development of a country under an inclusive model based on knowledge and the capacity to add value from technological innovation. In terms of space science and technology, Argentina has a long history, initially developed in our Air Force field. And the first organization that centralized space activities was the National Commission for Space Research, the NIE, in sound Spanish, created in 1960, also under the Air Force field. In 1991, Argentina's space activities were transferred to the civil environment with the creation of National Commission for the Space Activities, CONAI, as we said, by a presidential decree ratified by law, a civilian space agency to interact with the main agency in the world and spatial institutions. In space law, as mentioned in the morning, we also have pioneers who marked the first steps on space law. As it is stated in the creation law, CONAI is the only agency of the national state competent to understand, design, execute, control, manage, and administer projects undertaken in the space field for peaceful purposes, with competence to propose policies for the promotion and execution of activities in the space field for peaceful purposes in Argentina. This is the first step of governance in terms of establishing in order both with respect to institutional organization capacity, as well as regarding the scope through which to centralize, organize, manage, and execute a global policy of space activity in Argentina. Oops, sorry. One of the most important roles of CONAI is to propose and execute a national space plan, which is a strategic plan for CONAI's space activity and a state policy of national priority. The first version of the National Space Plan was approved in 1994 with an horizon of 10 years with a provision of periodical revisions to capture technological advances, the fulfillment of goals, new requirements by the user community of satellite data, etc. I will back to this. As we know, the legal regime of outer space is the pillar of space governance of outer space activities. And as you can see, there are all of the treaties that Argentina has signed and ratified. Under the Convention Register of Objects Launched into Outer Space, CONAI has, the Presidential Decree creates the National Register of Objects Launched in Outer Space under CONAI. In honor of brevity, you are, yes, okay. I'm going to be crazy. In honor of brevity, I just have to say that with respect to non-legally binding instruments, such as the principles adopted by the General Assembly, they are not expressly included in national laws. However, there are domestic laws that regulate some topic of that principles, like telecommunications activities and others. The same such guidelines on long-term sustainability and other space debris mitigation guidelines developed on COPUS had not been expressly included in local legislation, but in space debris, in the case of the space debris, Argentina has already stated in COPUS that as a member of the committee, it will take measures to ensure compliance. So satellite missions developed by CONAI comply with the international standards, and we are doing the first steps on the basis of the standard, perhaps for the industry included. The next one, please. On other hand, Argentina reaffirms the peaceful uses of outer space and recognizes COPUS as the forum in which to analyze, deploy, and regularize space activity for peaceful purposes. Without prejudice to this, it works and participates in other forums, such as Disarmament Commission, in order to prevent the arms race in space,
seeking to avoid any action that could mean the militarization of space. In this sense, our nation has already expressed its commitment not to be the first nation to establish weapons in space, and it's working to promote transparency and trust as principles that contribute to sustainability and security and to maintain the peace. This is, therefore, a remarkable point in terms of space governance. Given the magnitude of space-related undertaking, international cooperation is one of the pillars of the National Space Plan. So, in line for the space governance, the National Space Plan is also combined with the framework of government foreign policies. As you can see, NASA, ASI are part of the agencies that we have cooperation and included satellite missions in cooperation. The next one. Other lines of cooperation are in America Latina, included the future ALCE, the regional agency, and other agreement with institutions and universities. Bilateral construction, therefore, has been one of the elements that have made it possible to maintain harmonious and collaborative relations, strengthening confidence and mutual assistance. Next one. Regarding the deployment of technologies and the new actor, the other focus, the deployment of technologies and new actors, CONAI has a relevant position in Latin America in the global satellite industry with 5 completed satellite missions, CIC series and SAOCOM series, space facility centers and ground stations, training institutes as Gulich Institute and Column Institute, and a major national project on the way, manufacturing the Argentine satellite launcher Tronador. As you can see, CIC Aquarius with NASA, and the SAOCOM mission, consulate mission in the framework of the CIASG system between CONAI ASI cooperation. We understand that the improvement of space-based information and space infrastructures in order to implement the 2030 agenda as engine for sustainable development are a pillar for the governance. Projects such as Saviamar mission and SARE series of segment architecture also stand out. All of this is supported by an infrastructure of centers and stations to support operations and services to our missions and those of the other countries. These achievements have been possible thanks to the performance of the personnel, qualified personnel of the scientific and technological system and set of companies which have been developed. The next one. If you can see more details, I invited you the website of CONAI, and you can reach more information. But in the other hand, initiatives of the new actors from the private sector are carried out with the satellite mission, for example, including projects promoted by universities. So in that sense, in the last and most recent years, the deployment of more actors with capacity to develop space technology and services has imposed new challenges in terms of governance and the deployment of national space law. The next one. The National Space Plan as a dynamic tool for updating the practice on space government and law was the topic of my presentation. So, after the quick introduction I'll walk through, finally I wish to refer the National Space Plan and its updates as a dynamic tool for updating the practices on space governance and law. considering that CONAE's creation decree assigned it the task of proposing the National Space Plan and its updates, the National Space Plan is approved by local legislation. The growing development of space activities in Argentina and the increase in the number of actors involved in space activity, both governmental and non-governmental, and the promotion of public-private partnerships or possible private funding initiatives, beginning to present new needs on the way to advance integrated production of local legislation to meet this growth, until no longer go only covered by governmental institutions. Next one, please. The dynamic offer by the National Space Plan with its periodical review mechanisms allows for a comprehensive survey of the state of art activity in Argentina, taking into account not only the technological advances that have been achieved, but also the goals that are being met and the new requirements that society and the user community expects to be met with spatial information. Currently, since 1991, the new version of the National Space Plan is under revision, and it is expected to be approved later this year. To this end, several workshops were held with actors of the industry, academia, non-government state organizations, university, and lawyers. It was the first time to include a workshop to work the revision of the national plan. It was amazing that the authorities and the people understand the importance that to include in the revision of the National Space Plan a workshop on space law. The next one, please. As mentioned at the beginning of this document, the public policies and the strategic lines of action are set out in this plan, which make up the legal framework on space matters of the Argentine Republic. All of them, the first one and its updates, declare space activity as a space policy, as an area and scientific and technological activity of national priority, and also that the actions provided for in it have the character of the strategic plan of CONAE. The next one, and the last one, I think. The revised plan proposed different strategic lines, which, in addition, are causes of action expected to be implemented. For didactic, expositive reason, I have grouped them as follow. You can see 5 lines: exploration and peaceful uses of outer space, including Earth observation, satellite system, launchers. This is others support for the development of the domestic industry, capacity building and research and development and innovation. One of the most important on the CONAE lines, strategic line, is the education. Capacity building of human resources with scientific and technological capability, and including space law, is one of the lines. And national, international, associative cooperation, as I can explain. But there is still one more. In the listed strategic lines, one more has been incorporated. That strategic line is the one that arose upon an initiative promoted by this space legal area of CONAE as a point of debate linked to the review of the current space legal regime. As I said, several working meetings with the preparation of different referents from the academia legal field, private and public sector, other government organizations involved in space activities. A consensus was reached on the need to include one more strategic line to update the space legal regime in those segments in which it's necessary to make incursion, even considering a national space law. The need to take a step forward in covering legal gaps, updating some to cover more modern needs in relation to the strengthening of the private industry sector, the projection of launching services, or simply to improve the control tools available to the state and its enforcement authority become a value action. And the opportunity to achieve the consensus reaffirm the work on decision adopted to include the item in the new space plan. Some initial work has already begun, defining at least the first steps on the road to the desired update to balance technological progress to the incorporation of the new actors and activities with a legal framework. The capacity building in space law is also being deployed, contributing to the work that is being initiated. Finally, as we said in the legal department of CONAE, no todo es apretar tornillos en la actividad espacial. It's not all about tightening screws in space activities. Regulations and lawyers are also important. Thank you so much.
We thank very much Carolina for her presentation on governance of space activities in Argentina. And now we give the floor to the Legal Counsel and Deputy Head, Legal Services Department, Brazilian Space Agency, Jan Grossner. Jan Grossner is a federal attorney in Brazil. Since 2022, has been serving as a legal counsel and deputy head of the Legal Services Department at the Brazilian Space Agency. And then he collected a lot of other roles, and I notice with particular interest that he's full member of the International Institute of Space Law, IISL. You have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's hard to talk after my Argentinian colleague. We are hermanos, of course, not in football, but it's in the rest. Of course, we share the same values and try to do something in space law in our continent. So, good evening, everyone. Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be here today at this panel in Space Law Masterclass. I'd like to thank the organization for this kind invitation. I will talk about the experiences and practice on space governance and law in Brazil. So, the next one, please. Yes. So, Brazil has a long-standing space program, which began in the early 1960s. Ever since, aligned with the beginning of discussions over space exploration, Brazil has its own space program, PAB in Portuguese, Programa Espacial Brasileiro. Recently, several initiatives have been conducted and implemented by Brazilian government entities to further improve its presence on the world space exploration scene, such as the execution of the Technology Safeguards Agreement with the United States of America, the Artemis Accords, and the implementation of the Alcântara Space Center in Brazil. Consider the importance of the space to any country, especially concerning its sovereignty. The Brazilian Federal Constitution, enacted in 5 October 1998, centralized the matters regarding the Brazilian space as an attribution of the Union. As per Federal Constitution, the Union has the power to explore aerospace navigation, even though such operation may be conduct indirectly by means of authorization, concession, or permit to other entities. Moreover, the Union has the exclusive attribution to legislate on matters regarding space law, air law, as well aerospace navigation and defense. I don't know, Professor Marquise, if there's another constitution in the world like Brazil addressing the term space law in its body. It's for ones to confirm this information. It's in our Article 22, item 1 in our federal constitution. It says the Union has the power to legislate in space law. This is so important to us. Despite the space law being dealt with the constitutional level, probably a few states has this in constitutional status for space law. Brazil doesn't have a general statute on space matters. Instead, the multiple norms regarding the Brazilian space are sparse and produced gradually, some of main rules that integrate the Brazilian legal framework. So, how I said before, Brazil's national legislation is scarce, and it lacks a general set of provisions to encompass the basic guidelines for space activities. However, Brazil is part of 4 of the UN treaties: OST, IRAA, Liability Convention, and Register Convention as well. So, law number 8854 from 1994 was enacted, creating the Brazilian Space Agency, AAB in acronym in Portuguese, a federal civil autarky linked to the Presidents of the Republic and endowed with financial and administrative independence. The next one, please. So, the Brazilian Space Agency, created in 1994, acts at the central coordination of the National System for Development of Space Activities, SINDAI in Portuguese, founded by the Presidential Decree number 1953 for purpose of the development to national interest-oriented space activities. Considering its organization's attributes, SINDAI congregates several institutions related to development of space activities, such as the AAB as its main body, followed by the sector bodies such as the National Institute for Space Research, INPE, and as well, we have legal representatives of the private sector are allowed to participate of this body entity, as well ministries and secretaries linked to the Presidents of the Republic. The main objective of AAB is to provide solutions for the various demands of our society in areas such as agriculture, production, environmental management, telecommunications, public security, meteorology, civil defense, among others, always with strong ramifications for everyday life. Next, please. Some attributions of the AAB, it's in our law that I referred before, law from 1994. Some of these attributions are execution and update the national policy for development of space activities, PNDAI in Portuguese, elaboration and update the National Space Activities Program, PNAI. It's different, it's tricky, but it's different. policy, it's one thing, and another, it's our program, PENAI, PNDAI and PENAI. Continuing, AAB is responsible to establishment of dialogues with counterparts in Brazil and abroad, analysis of proposals and signing of international agreements and partnerships we have with many countries around the world. As well, encouragement of participation of private entities, scientific researches, and technological development in space activities. And finally, establishment of rules and issuance of license and permits for space activities. Next, please. So, this is AAB Ordinance number 69, 2021. It's quite new. And this had institution, the Brazilian Space Regulation, RNB in Portuguese, which established standards for the operator's license for space activities and the launch authorization in the Brazilian territory, respectively. The rules referring the authorization of launch operations in 2002, making it necessary to update the rules. The AB Ordinance number 698 has instituted the RMB and divided in two different parts. While part one deals with the procedures and requirements for the issuance of the operator's license for conducting space launch activities from Brazil territory, part two established procedures for the granting of launch authorizations by the IAB. It's important to state their difference in terms of applicability. While the operator's license seeks to approve the execution of space activities and launch in Brazil, the authorization to conduct space operations itself from Brazilian territory, it's only granted by the launch authorization, to which the operator's license is a prerequisite. Next, please. So now we will talk about this program. It's a little short because the program is it's too large. It's like more than 100 pages. And this is the picture from our the cover of the program. This is the next one. Yeah, but the important is this PENAI. It's quite new, and it's the main instrument for planning and programming for 10 years period. The PENAI does represent the set of initiatives proposed by Brazilian Space Agency. The current PENAI, this one, is in its 5th edition and covers the period 2022 to 2031, covering aspects related to missions, means of access to space, application and scientific, technological, and educational programs. So this is a strategic dimension, these strategic objectives. Number one, planning, establish, develop, and maintain a national space program, guaranteeing short, medium, and long-term resource. The second one, it's related to society. The third one, with our national industry. The fourth, about the entrepreneurship. It's very important right now for us in Brazil to do this program with the private sector. Next, please. And the number 5, it's innovation. The number 6, sovereignty. And the number 7, awareness. Okay, next one. So this is a roadmap and how A and B pretend to doing this program to make it possible in this period of 10 years. Next one, please. So, I would like to address as well about the Alcantara spaceport, this use and strategic location of the Alcantara Launch Center. This Alcantara spaceport brings together 2 launching centers linked to the Brazilian Air Force to support the specific activities of space launch companies. The first one, it's Alcantara Launch Center, 18 kilometers from São Luís, the capital of state of Maranhão. And the second one is Barreira do Inferno Launch Center in Panaramirim, in the state of Rio Grande do Norte, 12 kilometers from the capital Natal in Rio Grande do Norte, that I said. So this spaceport has already carried out more than 500 suborbital launches since the implementation 38 years ago. But now, how I said before, Brazil is trying to get with the private entities to develop this area. And this year, in 2022, InnoSpace, a South Korean company, is planning to carry out a series of satellite launches at the facilities of the Alcantara Space Center in Maranhão. The first should be 2 test launches scheduled between 2022 and 2023. Then, starting next year, the company plans to launch another 20 commercial ones. So, how I said, they have this goal to do the first launch in Alcantara this year, probably between October or November. Next, please. So, this is some features of Alcantara Spaceport. I think it's like Kourou in French Guiana, this proximity to Ecuador, just 2 degrees south, which provide energy gains for equatorial or low slope launches. That translates into better performance or better payloads for launch vehicles, well-defined and favorable meteorological conditions which make it possible to carry out launches practically all year round. The high level of geological stability, we don't have earthquakes, we don't have hurricanes and this kind of thing, so it's a really, really good spot to carry launch there. And low population density in the surrounding regions. This is so important as well, right? But of course, we need to improve our infrastructure in this area, but this is in our objectives. Another one, please. So this is the area, how I said, located in Alcantara. The next one, please. So, and now I would like to just address some about the Brazil's role in Artemis. So in June of the last year, 2021, Brazil became the 12th country to sign the Artemis Accords and the first in South America to do so. I heard about the Colombia signed the agreement, I think last week, right? Yeah, but Brazil signed last year, so we were the first. Mexico, right, okay. Well, Brazil joins 2 other countries to in adopting a practical set of principles to guide space exploration cooperation among nations participating in NASA's 21st century lunar explorations plans and beyond. The Artemis Accords outline best practice for safe and sustainable exploration beyond Earth. Most of its provisions are intended to implement aspects of the Outer Space Treaty and other treaties, from committing to the peaceful uses of outer space to registration of space objects. So that's it, and I don't have much time, and thank you very much for your attention. This is my contact. Thank you much.
Thank you, Dr. Grossner. This was a very complete presentation of your activities, Brazilian activities. Now we pass from Latin America to Africa, again with Ms. Melanie Majuma. Melanie is a qualified advocate of the High Court of Kenya and the legal officer of the Kenya Space Agency. She spearheads the teams that are drafting Kenya's first space legislation and reviewing Kenya's 2015 space policy. Please, Melanie, you have the floor.
Okay. Thank you very much, Professor Makisio. I'd like to thank the organizers for this invitation to attend and even participate in Glec 2022. It is also a great opportunity for me to meet Professor Makisio and Dr. Martinez, whose work I have had to closely follow over the last few months as Kenya reviews its space policy and drafts its first space legislation. I hope that through this presentation I will show myself a good student of your works. And I'll also be happy to meet like-minded colleagues in the legal profession whom we can share ideas with. So I'll commence my presentation with rehashing perhaps what my colleague had talked about on the history of the Kenya Space Program. As he indicated, Kenya's involvement in space activities began in 1962. This is when the Republic of Italy identified a vital natural resource, which is Kenya's East Coast, which lies along the equator. So in 1964, the San Marcos satellite launching and tracking station at Ngomeni was established. And in recognition of this activity with the Republic of Italy, the Kenyan cabinet began to have conversations of establishing its own national space secretariat. And the decision was made in 1993. However, the National Space Secretariat went on to be established around 15 years later in 2009 under the coordination of the Ministry of Defense in Kenya, with the mandate to coordinate all space-related activities, including the San Marco project. The aim of the Secretariat was for it to transition into a fully fledged space agency. And so this happened in 2014 when the Ministry of Defense set up an interministerial committee coordinated by the National Space Secretariat. And the committee is credited to be the body that drafted the Kenya Space Policy 2016 and the Kenya Space Strategy, which was adopted in 2020. And it recommended the need to establish the Kenya Space Agency. So with that background, you can understand the current legal framework and where the conversation about having a space legislation in Kenya begins. So the Kenya Space Agency was established by an executive order of the President, legal notice number 2022 in 2017, to succeed the National Space Secretariat. The mandate of the agency is to coordinate, promote, and regulate space-related activities in Kenya. So broadly speaking, we could say that the legal framework currently for space activities in Kenya under national law is the Kenya Space Policy 2016, and the legal notice number 17 of 2017, number 22 of 2017. Kenya is also a signatory to 2 international space law treaties, that is the Outer Space Treaty and the Liabilities Convention. So those are the 2 frameworks we currently have. So beckons the question, why now? Why are we on a journey to establish a space legislation? As Professor Marquisio earlier mentioned, it is important for countries to set up their space legislation based off their space programs and immediate needs. And one of the needs we established as a country is, as I've mentioned, is that the Kenya Space Agency was formed by an executive order of the president. And so for my legal colleagues, you understand that an executive order of the president is just but an administrative action. So there's need for institutional permanence of the agency, hence why we began the conversation of having a space statute that will be adopted by the national parliament to ensure there's institutional permanence of the agency. Secondly, we have seen the social economic benefit for Kenya in Kenya space programs. We have crop mapping projects. We have recently gotten into the AFDEFSAT agreement, which is on climate monitoring of the River Nile, among other benefits. And so our space programs are also pushing us to require a more institutionalized setting with a framework of how the space activities will be governed in Kenya. Thirdly, there is the expanding space industry in Kenya. We are seeing startups, academia, and more research participating in space activities. Currently, we run the research chairs as an agency where we are allowing universities to build an nanosatellite with the hope that it will be launched in outer space. And so we are seeing growth and participation by startups, by universities in this sector, hence the need to create a legal framework. And lastly, the Kenya-Italy Bilateral Agreement framework has also shown us the need to just establish one of the implementing agreements under our bilateral agreement is establishment of a regional center for Earth observation. And so our legal framework also guides on the operations of that center once it will be put into effect. So what have been our steps so far? So I would basically reduce them to 6 steps. And that began with a desktop research of what an appropriate space legislation would look like, setting up of a drafting task force, then stakeholder engagement by the Attorney General, presentation to Cabinet, and presentation to Parliament. So I will speak to the steps we've undertaken and what we foresee to do. So step 1, this was a desktop research. It was commissioned by the Kenya Space Agency Board of Directors. It had 3 to 4 objectives, and one was to establish a legal framework for space agencies of spacefaring nations around the world. The question we were asking ourselves, is it really necessary to have the space agency be established under an act of parliament, or can it continue to exist under an executive order? 2 was to understand key elements of space legislation of spacefaring nations, being able to understand and learn from our colleagues on our other spacefaring countries. And 3, to identify international best practices in space governance. And lastly, to identify priority areas for Kenya in reviewing its space policy. Interesting findings we made during the desktop research of the research that was undertaken is that by and large, the space governance frameworks can be categorized into the years they came to effect. So 40 to 60 years ago, 20 to 30 years ago, and 0 to 20 years ago. Now, this was important for us in order to position ourselves and appreciate, as it was earlier mentioned, the complexity that goes into some statutes. While the social, geopolitical environments might look similar, when the space legislation came into effect also influences how much you can borrow from a particular country in appreciating their legal framework. And one of the common factors we saw was the need to dichotomize the space institutional framework. Also noting that it is important for a country to establish what is the mission of your space program. Having a proper mission, is it industrialization, is it commercialization, is it R&D? And so that was able to influence a lot of the discussion that went on into our step 2, which was the drafting committee. So the drafting committee comprised of 8 members, and this is, as you may see, you may note it may not be an exhaustive membership, and we will see where that gap is filled in a bit later. We had members experienced in space systems and space science over 12 years, in geoinformation science. We had a finance manager who has experience working with the World Bank, engineering experts in aeronautics and electronic engineering, an IT expert, and a lawyer. Key considerations, as Dr. Martinez, I think, pointed out earlier for us when we were reviewing the Kenya space policy and drafting the bill, was understanding what are obligations under the two treaties that Kenya has ratified. Also appreciating the role of the Sustainable Development Goals, because as he indicated, policy does not exist in a silo, they're interrelated. The Africa Space Policy, the Africa Agenda 2063, Kenya's Vision 2030, and Kenya's Space Strategy, which, as I mentioned, was passed in 2020. So we have the Kenya Space Strategy 2020 to 2025. So the drafting committee completed its project. It was a 12-week project, and it completed its project sometime in March. And some key highlights I would point out is one on the institutional framework. Having borrowed from a few countries, is that the bill proposes a dichotomy between a civilian space agency and a military space agency, which the military will be under the prerogative of the Kenya Defense Forces to create the agency, but the Kenya Space Agency will be primarily for civilian use of outer space. It proposes an apex body that oversees the two agencies that will be created. And the apex body came about because we recognize that space is a premise or a context that is used by different players. So the apex body will have the private sector, will have membership from different ministries, from forestry, environment, in education, in order to ensure that the Kenya space policy is implemented. And most importantly, each of the roles of the agencies has been clearly mapped out to prevent any overlaps. Secondly is the international law obligation. As mentioned earlier, Kenya is only a signatory to 2 of the 5 international space law treaties. However, some factors were considered in terms of, for instance, space debris mitigation. We have provisions on sustainable disposal of payloads, the duty to ensure before any launch by any Kenyan or foreign entities, registration of space objects, which Kenya is not a signatory to that convention, however, we have included it in our statute. And we have begun conversation on the limitation of space. This is not conclusive, as we hope to, as we take the policy to the stakeholders for conversation, a proper position on Kenya on this will be established. Lastly, the general provisions. Here we have provisions on data and intellectual property management, which I have to say we lend credit a lot to having looked at the US space statutes. That is a very key feature. The possibility of tax exemption on holidays for any investors in the sector. Given that one of the Kenya's space strategy, one of the objectives is conversations on launch capability. We have talked about launch facility management, territorial and extraterritorial launches, and registration of ground infrastructure, which, as you recall, my colleague did mention that we were approached by an entity on setting up of a ground station, but because we lack a regulatory framework, that conversation has had to stall for a bit as we look at how we can go about it in the current status of the situation. So in terms of the format of the legislation, I'll just speak to this on my own. The format of the legislation has taken a typical standard space regulatory framework statute in Kenya, and it has a preliminaries which talks about the definitions of different terms in the space legislation. It has set up secondly, the second section talks about the institutional framework, then the operations of the agency, and then the financial provisions. So having completed the drafting process, we are now at the step 3, which is the stakeholder participation. This in Kenya is governed by the Constitution of Kenya and the Statutory Instruments Act. And the Act requires us to ensure that every policy and legislation goes through an expert in the space law field. And 2, it goes through persons or bodies likely to be affected by the proposed statutory instrument. And so as I earlier highlighted, where there are gaps, we seek to procure the services of an expert in this sector to assist us to just streamline what we have already done so far. On the second bit on engaging persons or bodies likely to be affected, this has been very important for us as a country especially because the agency is not coming in a lacuna per se in terms of regulatory function, because over time there are other regulatory institutions that have been participating in the space sector. So for instance, we have the Communication Authority, we have the Department of Remote Sensing and Survey, we have a Kenya Geospatial Agency, so there are many players in the sector. And this, I recall from one of the forums that was held by the US and the Vietnam workshop, Dr. Martinez speaking actually advised that for emerging space nations, it is important to engage other participants and stakeholders when you're drafting your policy, so that when the bill or the policy goes to cabinet, there's a bit of consensus and collaboration when it moves forward. Lastly, step 4 for us will be taking it to the Attorney General. This is very procedural. His work will be to confirm that the bill conforms to the letter and the spirit of the Constitution. There is statutory harmony, there is practicality of implementation, and there is technical soundness of the bill. So as you can see, most of the groundwork is step 1, 2, and 3. And the final stage will be, presentation to Cabinet, and subsequently to Parliament. So because the Kenya Space Agency is a state corporation, the draft bill has to go through the Cabinet Secretary in charge of the agency, currently the Ministry of Defense, and the policy will be considered by a Cabinet meeting. There the Cabinet approves the policy, and if they approve the bill goes to Parliament to be legislated. At Parliament, it goes through 4 stages, typical of any Commonwealth country. There'll be a first reading, which will introduce the bill to the legislature and immediately assign to a committee. There'll be the second reading, where the draft bill will be read a second time and a vote will be taken on the general outlines on the bill before it's sent to another committee. Then there'll be the third reading, where the bill will be read with all the amendments and given final approval by the legislative body. And lastly, presidential assent, which is the formal method in which Kenya completes the legislative process, and which we hope then it will be gazetted to confirm the bill as Kenya's first Space Act. So I would like to speak to the lessons we have learned as an agency so far with the process. First is to appreciate, and as I've come to learn today more about other guidelines, the SOFIA guidelines were very instrumental in guiding the structure and key provisions to consider when drafting the Kenya Space Bill. Secondly is also on information sharing. There was a lot of information and on the UNOSA platform, and this significantly speaks to the access to space for all agenda. The ability to just access the space legislation for Argentina, for Brazil, for the US, it went a long way in informing the committee on what are the silent factors we need to look at as an emerging spacefaring nation. Thirdly, there's a lot of goodwill in the sector in terms of information sharing. Also, we made approaches to countries like Nigeria and Egypt. We wanted to learn from their processes. How did you go through it? How did you avoid certain issues? And they were very forthcoming with information, which I continue to encourage as we make connections and context today. I also want to acknowledge that the virtual conferences held by spacefaring nations like the United States, by UNOSA. I happened to attend one, the US-Vietnam workshop on space legislation, which was very informative and has helped us, Kenya, as an emerging spacefaring nation, to build our human capacity building in understanding the space sector. Also to recognize that one thing that we have learned is, in order to deal with cross-cutting mandates, the conversation on the mandates and the scope of the agency need to begin early in time. So during this time, our CEO, our current Director General, has been engaging other state corporations that are in the space sector on means of building collaboration and partnership, as opposed to having overlapping mandates that may lead to double regulation in the sector. And lastly, most importantly, is that space legislation and policy should seek to resolve our country's indigenous challenges by exploring the opportunities that space exploitation has to offer. As we like to say in the drafting committee, we say that the Kenya Space Policy 2016 and the 2017 Executive Order moved Kenya from a passive user of space to an active user of space, but we hope that the reviewed Kenya Space Policy And the Kenya Space Bill will move Kenya from an active user of space to a proactive user and participant of the space sector. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mayuma, for this very informative presentation. And now we have the last speaker of this panel too. He's Gianfranco Nucera from the researcher at the Sapienza University of Rome in International Space Law and aggregate professor of environmental climate change law. He will speak on international partnership, legal research, and capacity sharing in support of a viable legal framework for space activities. You have the floor, please.
Okay. So, thank you very much. And first of all, I'm joining my colleague in thanking Professor Marchisio and the International Astronautical Federation for inviting me, because it is a real pleasure and an honor for me to be here and to address such a specific topic. And I would like to start my brief intervention, of course, with a reference to space ecosystem, because we already deepened this morning most of the most important elements of law related to the space ecosystem. But I think that there is some space to try to analyze the role and understand the role of international partnerships in the field of space law, of course, in supporting the development of space ecosystems. When we talk about partnerships, of course, we are moving within the boundaries of a broader concept that is, of course, international cooperation. But, of course, we are not dealing with cooperation between states, but instead we are dealing with another level of cooperation, even if this could be important as the primary level. We know that the legal framework for cooperation has been already recalled this morning by Professor Marchisio, first of all, with Article 1 of the Outer Space Treaty and the international cooperation, but there is, of course, other legal acts that could be mentioned. For example, Resolution 51/122, there is the so-called Space Benefit Declaration, which give us some guiding principle for international cooperation. Of course, the equitable and mutually acceptable basis for cooperation, the modes that should be the most effective and appropriate for the countries concerned, but also other operative principles, such as paragraph 5, which reminds the states should try to facilitate the exchange of expertise, and also the subsequent paragraph, which call national international agencies, research institutions, and others institutions to consider the potential of international cooperation for reaching their development goals. But why international partnership is relevant for space ecosystem? We have learned this morning that a strong, coherent, and tailored legal framework is extremely useful to help development in all countries, not only in emerging countries. And international partnerships, I think, are essential to create a common understanding of what could be the elements of a legal framework in order to promote this kind of development. Because, of course, we know that space activities need rules to flourish and to be used by all the operators. We should not forget also that we live in an interconnected world, so it is important to have common elements among states and to have, in a specific way, a common also a common vision, particularly in space law. We have, if we try to find example of international partnership, we have a lot of international initiatives. It is not worth to mention the activities, of course, of the UNOSA on international partnership, but we have saw this morning also the activities on a regional and sub-regional level. For example, today has been recalled the activities of the ILA, the Italo-Latin American organization on capacity building in space law. But I am focusing today on a specific issue that is a bilateral level of partnership. So, as to say, partnership among sub-state entities. And also, in this case, we have several examples, but I would like to draw your attention on a specific case that, of course, I know well, that is the OSS project, the Outer Space Law for International Cooperation and Sustainable Development, which has been promoted by Sapienza University and implemented with our partners, the Kenya Space Agency, the Italian Space Agency. It is a project that covers three main areas that you can see in these slides. So international cooperation, regulatory institutional framework, and capacity building and training. And this is important because the project starts from a mutual interest, that is the analysis of the legal institutional framework, because it's already been recalled this morning by Professor Marchisio. Also, Italy has an interest in developing a specific forms of authorization in his national legislation. So we have a common interest, and we try to deal with this issue. And of course, the project has another ambition in partnership, which is to promote a long-standing cooperation between these parties, as has been done in the past in the engineering sector, because we know that partnership in the engineering sector has a long tradition, for example, among Italy and Kenya, but not in space law. So we're trying also to build such kind of long-standing cooperation. The central topic for the project is, of course, the exchange of ideas on a possible legal framework on space activities. And in this sense, I've tried to identify the most important elements of a sort of a model of international partnership in space law. And I identified three specific issues: the legal research, the capacity sharing, and the educational training. I will say a few words on each of these elements. We know that legal research is a core element because, of course, even more public and private entities today are interested in space. The adoption of law of space activities is justified not only for the implementation of the international legal framework, which is, of course, of paramount importance, but also to give the opportunity to these operators to plan and to procure financing, to identify which is their vision, to have a specific procedure to reach their objective. And the practice in many states seems to go in this direction, because we have seen that in the last years we had several revisions of legislation or new adoption of legislation. On the second element, I use the term capacity sharing because, of course, we have capacity building initiatives that are really important, but, capacity building is some term that refer to a construction building something from zero. If you take a look at other areas of United Nations, for example, in cooperation for development, is they use another term, capacity development, in order to specify the point of the development of capacity in order to allow partners to answer to their own problem. But I prefer to use the word sharing because it should be a bidirectional process. There is no a specific building of capacity from one state to another, from one agency to another. This should be a bidirectional project. So there is a level of exchange of ideas. And in a complementary way, the third element, so the educational training, this is the basis to create awareness and to know more about also the instrument and the possibility that already exists in order to address so specific problems. So these three elements should complement each other. But how to go from the three elements? I use this image in order to give the impression of a flow. No, the three elements, the partnership that help to define the legal framework, which is the legal boundaries in which the relationship among governments, industry, and society take place in a space ecosystem. But in order to specifically address the need of emerging space countries, I think that it is necessary to build, to identify a joint path, taking into account, of course, current but also future challenges. And the best approach, in my opinion, is a comparative one, because it is important to compare the context of in a specific state and the context in the other states in order to identify common elements and common interest. And just to conclude my intervention, I would say a final word on a more methodological and about the quality of this kind of partnership, because I think that we should try together to move from I can say a transactional partnership that is a partnership that is specific to reach a specific goal, to a more comprehensive transformative partnership. So in order to establish long-standing cooperation, because it is important not only to address a single issue, but to define a platform for exchange of ideas, to take joint researches, to have common understanding. So in this sense, I think, I do believe that the collaborative or shared multi-stakeholder approach is today the most promising way to address current but also future legal issues related to space activities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Gianfranco, for your intervention. Now we have finished the panel 2 of the workshop on sharing experiences. And I would like to thank warmly the 4 speakers, Carolina, Dr. Grossner, Ms. Majuma, and Dr. Nucera. And again, grateful. And I call to the podium the members of the next session, which is about how better create awareness of the need for legislation and policies to drive space economy and foster innovation. Mr. Rodriguez Campos, please take your seat. Dr. Breccia and Dr. Anne-Sophie Martin. I should say that Unfortunately, we lost two speakers in the sense that they couldn't come. They were originally foreseen, Lulu Makapela from South Africa and Egemen Ozalp from Turkey, but they had problems with the travel, visa, etc. They couldn't come. Michel, I'm very, very happy to have here today to speak about the cost of uncertainty and focus on how harmonized national legislation are needed to drive space economy and foster innovation. Professor Hanlon is co-director of the Center for Air and Space Law at the University of Mississippi, Louisiana, and he is very known for his initiative as the co-founder and the president of For All Moonkind Incorporated, a non-profit organization that is the only organization in the world focused on protecting human cultural heritage in outer space. So, you have the floor, Michel.
Thank you. Waiting on the slides.
Yeah.
Much, I will say thank you very much for inviting me here, Professor Marchisio, and to the IAF as well. Okay. Sorry. I can get through the first 3 slides without them. So I start always by introducing myself as the co-director of the Center for Air and Space Law. We have an LLM program and a certificate program that you can take entirely online. So if you get excited by everything that you've heard today and that we'll hear on Wednesday, and you are interested in doing more, you can do it at Mississippi without even leaving your home. So I am also the, as mentioned, the president of the National Space Society, which is an international organization where civilians who are passionate about space. And so we are working very hard. It started in the United States. We're working very hard to become much more international, and we invite everybody to check us out on the website. And also we have a conference in Washington, D.C. Over the U.S. Memorial Day weekend, May 29, 30, 31, where we talk about international space settlement and development. And so this organization is really focused on taking humans into space. And as Professor Marchisio mentioned, I am also, the co-founder and president of For All Moonkind, which is the only organization in the world focused on protecting human heritage in outer space. There. And when we think about human heritage, I want you to think about not just the Apollo lunar landing sites, but the Luna 2 site, which was the very first time a human object impacted another celestial body. In fact, a lot of people don't realize there are more than 100 sites on the moon alone which have evidence of human activity. And we don't suggest that every single site up there needs to be saved, but as we go back to the moon, as we talk here about harnessing the resources of space, for emerging countries in particular, we want to talk about doing it responsibly as well. And being responsible means protecting the heritage that is already up there. So I'm talking about the gaps in the law today. You know, I was asked to talk about how we create awareness. Why do we need regulations in space? How can regulations support space activity? And so we do have, Steve Marmina showed we have 5 space treaties, only 4 of which are widely ratified. And so the body of space law is actually very, very small. And what's really remarkable about it is how well it's functioned since it started just 50, 60 years ago, right? We have kept sort of, mostly peace and space. And we have been able to do things like actually meet every year, several times a year, at the Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space to talk about what people are doing in space and how we can keep space peaceful. What I really find remarkable, though, is when you look at this room, when you think about the people who negotiated the Outer Space Treaty, there were huge segments of the world missing from that, right? And now we have a real opportunity to bring the entire world with us into this next set of negotiations. As we work to fill the gaps in international space law, we can do this as a world and not just as a few nations sitting at a table together. So I want to just go through the Outer Space Treaty to give you an example of the kinds of gaps I'm talking about. First and foremost, we have Article 1, space is for everyone. Space, not space, but the exploration and use of space, as we know, is the province of all humankind. It is free for exploration and use by all states, and there shall be free access to all areas of celestial bodies. This is the baseline of every space activity, freedom, access for everybody. But think about it. How do we constrict that activity? If everybody has freedom of access, we're going to be running over each other, not just each other's artifacts, but each other's operational materials. We can crash into each other's satellites. So when we think about the Outer Space Treaty, what kind of restrictions have been put on this space for all? And there's not that many. We know that sovereign states, or you can't claim, make any claims of national appropriation by sovereignty, by means of use or occupation, or by any other means. You can't claim territory. We know that you have to implement your activities in accordance with international law, and we know that the moon and other celestial bodies shall be used exclusively for peaceful purposes, and that astronauts shall be rendered all possible assistance. These are the only restrictions, real restrictions we have on space activities. Of course, we also have international responsibility. We heard that, about that this morning. Article 6 of the Outer Space Treaty is one of the reasons we have to have space laws on a national basis, because every state is responsible for the activities of all of its nationals. So let's think about the liability for a state for its national, period. There's no need to show any kind of connection. If your national is in space and does something that hurts somebody else, that state is responsible. And we also saw that we need to authorize and continue the supervision. And when we talk about what kind of damages, we know that Article 7 of the Outer Space Treaty says you are liable, you're going to be liable for your national, for any damage that they do in space. And that if you have an object in space, you are always going to be the owner, and that's going to be your property. It's going to be under your jurisdiction and control. So you can't just send a satellite into space and say, oh, it doesn't work anymore, it's not mine, I don't care. Right? You are always going to be liable for that satellite. If your national put that satellite in space, you're always going to be liable for that satellite. The final restriction we have on that free access, free movement, free exploration of outer space is in Article 9, the due regard provision. Okay? We can implement activities in outer space with due regard to the corresponding interests of all other states parties to consultation to prior to harmful interference. So we have to implement our activities with due regard. And if we think our activities are going to cause harmful interference to another state, we aren't prohibited from harmfully interfering. We just have to have a consultation in advance. So it's a really interesting sort of legal concept, because it doesn't say don't harmfully interfere. It just says warn somebody if you're going to harmfully interfere. And that's problematic, right? Because think about, those are the only two restrictions. So we don't have to worry as long as we tell somebody we're going to ruin their operation. And we have to have due regard for each other. And so what does due regard mean? This is the crux of this generation's issues with respect to space law. This is what we need to think about now. What does due regard mean? If you're not a lawyer, it means courtesy and understanding each other and being just considerate. But if you're a lawyer, it has a whole different meaning. It's a balancing test. You're balancing different interests from one party to the other. And so what does that mean for your client if you're a lawyer? It means that you cannot give your client an answer when your client says, oh, can I do this? You will say, well, if it goes to court, it's going to balance this against that, and you might think this and you might think that. I call the due regard provision the cha-ching provision for lawyers, because any lawyer worth anything can argue due regard for decades and decades and just keep appealing it, right? We are not going to build a good, strong space economy if we have a bunch of lawyers fighting about what due regard means. So what do we think about when we think about due regard? Well, how long can you leave a lifeless satellite on orbit? How much do we have to worry about space traffic management? What is your responsibility with respect to what you're doing up there? What about debris generating events? You know, we're talking a lot about anti-satellite testing, but there are other things if you're irresponsible about your small satellite or your larger satellite. Small satellite constellations are affecting astronomy. What does due regard mean with respect to whether we can see other stars, whether we can see near-Earth objects which are nearing our planet? What about in situ resource utilization and competing operations? If I've set up a mining operation on the moon, what's to stop somebody, free access to all areas of the moon and other celestial bodies, what's to stop somebody from just saying, oh, let me take a peek at that. Let me take some of that regolith. That looks really good. That looks like a really interesting operation. I want to get closer. And above all, where does space tourism fit in? You know, we talk about what I'm really excited about with respect to space tourism. We talk a lot about being on the equator. How fun would it be to come to Quito or Guayaquil and do your suborbital flight from here and be able to soak in the riches and the culture of Ecuador before you go into space? So what do we need to do? We need to harmonize national regulations about what we mean by due regard. And I put the Artemis Accords up here because they're really the first step towards thinking about what does due regard mean. And I'm not suggesting that we shouldn't be doing this through the COPUOS, because we absolutely should. We have an opportunity through the COPUOS. Every nation ought to be a member of the COPUOS because you have an opportunity to contribute to this conversation about what responsible space activities are going to look like for the next 50 and 100 years. And so the Artemis Accords, primarily they just reflect what is said in the Outer Space Treaty. Primarily they just support and reconfirm everything that we've said in the Outer Space Treaty. We are going to be using the moon and the celestial bodies exclusively for peaceful purposes. We are committed to transparency and sharing of information. We are committed to return and rescue. We're committed to the registration of objects. We're committed to sharing scientific data. And we're committed to orbital debris mitigation. But the Artemis Accords go one step further. And as Steve, I think he stepped out, noted, now we have more signatories to the Artemis Accords right now than we do to the Moon Agreement. Oh, he's right there. And so what do the Artemis Accords do? They tease out this concept of a practical application of due regard. So first we have Section 5, which talks about interoperability. If we're going to send stuff up there, let's make sure everybody can work together, because the worst thing in the universe that could happen would be that if you have an object or a satellite or somebody that needs help, but your hoses don't fit together. We need to be up there together. Section 9, near and dear to my heart, for the first time we're recognizing that there is human heritage in outer space, and we need to think about how to protect it. Now, it's really, really important to understand about the Artemis Accords. This is not a treaty. This is not a binding contract. These are principles and guidelines. These are an agreement that we are going to talk more and more about it, but this is the direction we're going to go. Section 10 talks about space resources, and yes, in Section 10, reaffirms the stance of the United States, Luxembourg, UAE, and many other nations that if you extract the resources and use them, that does not violate Article 2, the non-appropriation principle. And finally, Section 11, which is really the key and the crux of understanding due regard, talks about the deconfliction of activities and talks about areas of notification and coordination. And this is what we need to talk about when we talk about investment in supporting new space, in supporting a new space economy, is understanding how close can satellites get together, how much protection do we need for operational equipment on the moon, and understanding when we go to the moon, when we send little mini robots to the moon, when we are going to do anything on the moon or on any of this other celestial body or on orbit, we need to respect each other, and we need to understand what that respect means, and we need to have fixed guidelines so that our investors don't say, well, there's too much uncertainty, because that's what we have now, is that uncertainty. So we need to really touch that, clarify that uncertainty, and work together, not just at a national level, but at an international level, so that our national laws are harmonized, so we don't have a race to the bottom. And so again, I would say become a party to the Outer Space Treaty, an active member of the COPWIS. Voices are heard at the COPWIS, and they're listened to, and we need to get more and more of those voices in there. Implement national legislation in line with the Outer Space Treaty. I think the Kenyan example was brilliant in terms of talking about looking at what everybody else has done. And above all, just remembering that we need to do this responsibly, and we want everybody to be working under the same laws. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle, very much for this presentation and your focus on due regard, which is a principle not always sufficiently emphasized. Thank you. And now we have Mr. João Paulo Rodrigues Campos. He's the president and CEO of Visiona Space Technology, an Embraer and Telebras joint venture. Over his career, he has held various leadership positions at Embraer and TV Cabo Portugal, and also worked as a strategy consultant at McKinsey and Company. Please, you have the floor.
For the invitation, for the opportunity to be here. It's important for the audience to understand where I come from, so that you can understand what sort of contribution I can do to this panel, right? To the contrary to the previous speakers, I'm not a lawyer for education. I'm a mechanical engineer. I've been leading a company for a couple of years, and Visiona has a very special role within the Brazilian ecosystem. We are actually, although we have decades of experience in our space program, our company is the first company to work on the systems level, actually conceiving satellites, right? All the previous, or most of the previous initiatives, they were more related to scientific and educational initiatives. So as such, we are kind of pioneering a lot of different paths and facing several obstacles in building this business that I imagine that most of the Latin countries, they are going to face when they start building their own sectors. So my intention is to share some of these issues that I have found, some of the solutions that we have found, so that it may eventually give you some insight to the directions that you may take when make the decisions within your countries. Okay. Well, as an industrial leader, I understand that there is a gap within the Brazilian legislation for a few activities. As Ian mentioned, we don't have a Brazilian space law. This is in the works now. But this is a particular impact into the launching sector. Yeah? You cannot operate Alcantara without a specific law that will address the very specific issues on the launching business, such as the risks associated with the activities, the licensing of the operations, and such. You know? Our company is building satellites, designing and building satellites, and we are also a major player in the services business, in particular on remote sensing business. For this regard, I don't feel that much the lack of specific legislation for those activities. They are more or less covered on the body of legislation that we have there for other activities. On the other hand, I feel actually the opposite. I think that we have too many laws. Yeah? In Brazil, if you take, for instance, the fiscal laws, is a nightmare. We have thousands of directives that get issued every time, and when you are the first one who's going to import a given part for a given purpose in the country, let me tell you, this it's a problem sometimes, right? So it's not as simple as it should be. It's not as streamlined as you're going to find in Italy and other countries elsewhere. So regarding the legislation itself, the gap that I feel is less related to a lack of a given legislation, but the lack of the common understanding on how to apply that given legislation. Yeah? So let me give you an example. We have in Brazil an innovation law that has been issued many years ago, has already been regulated. It provides several mechanisms for the government, for instance, to hire high-risk services from the industry, to hire, for instance, the development of a new satellite, right? Something that is a big project, big money involved, high risk for both parties, both the industrial part and both of the regulation, the government part. Just like this, there are other mechanisms that are very important for us to launch a commercial operation. Just like, for instance, how do I hire additional capacity for reception antennas from the government so that they can use this in my satellite and lower my costs? Or how can I use IP that was developed in a government research institute? Or how do I hire a given researcher to help my design? So this law has many of these mechanisms already established. But you find very people using it. Why? Because the audit controls that there is no common understanding, yeah, on how the law should be applied. So the public office is afraid to use it. He doesn't feel safe for that. So we say that in Brazil we have some laws that stick and that doesn't stick, yeah, that people use without any concern, and the others that haven't used because of this lack of understanding. And being space in the front of technology on the frontier, yeah, you should imagine that our sector is impacted the most. So as opposed to new laws, I would advocate for better use of the existing laws. As concerning for the awareness, I have a very practical approach to this. I think that the best way to increase your space program is actually having success. Yeah? Results do matter. So Brazil has had some very good examples, amongst the best in the world in my perspective, on the use of the satellites, for instance, on curbing deforestation in the Amazon region. There are other examples that I could display. And we saw an increase in the Brazilian space program to the point when we had the accident in the launch of a rocket in Alcântara many years ago. And then we saw slowly the decline in the space program up to the point that in the recent years it has resumed the growth. But for me, the most important thing is to have success. Is to have success and also to show that the things that you are doing, they actually have an impact in the daily life of your population. So the Brazilian Space Agency has come with a very good approach for this. They have been talking about space as part of the country infrastructure. Yeah? Why this is important? Because this breakaway sort of breaks you away of the science budget, the science label, right? If you take an emerging country, you don't have that same amount of money and the frequency and the easiness to achieve to get government funds for high risk research. You don't have this. It's very, very tough to get this sort of money. Some years you may have, other years you don't. Yeah. So it's very important for us to move into this idea that space is part of your infrastructure, yeah, so that you can actually bring money from other sectors. For instance, telecommunications. Yeah, the satellite we put in the sky, they brought internet for most of the country. So this tangible thing has a very, very high impact in the life of the people. And by having this space infrastructure, you have recurrent needs and recurrent investment. So that's the approach we are taking right there to promote the space program. And where are the places you look for? You gotta look for the needs of your country, for sure. So Brazil, I mean, we have probably, we are one of the countries that have most need of space infrastructure due to the size of it. Yeah, but each country has to look at our own needs. Yeah? For instance, you can find Ecuador. You're gonna, for sure, you look for maritime surveillance applications, right? You go for us, we're concerned about the Amazon and things like this, planning, this sort of stuff. You have also to leverage the strengths of your own country. Brazil, in my perspective, has two great strengths for the space sector. One is the existing knowledge, the existing aerospace base, industrial base. So we have INPE as a research institute that masters space technologies. We have the CTA that masters the rockets. We have Embraer, is the third largest commercial aircraft manufacturer in the world. So we had already the knowledge and the people skill to tap into to grow our program. And also have a very strong or potential internal market. So this idea to promote the space as an infrastructure is something that flies for us, right? So if I were to devise a strategy to promote the space industry in Brazil, some thoughts to share with you. First of all, space is not a competitive market. Yeah? So if you want to launch your space industry, you're not competing in the same situation with the European or the American companies. The sort of support that their government does in regard to their companies is not the same that we get. So we have to work with the tools that we have. As I mentioned, one of these is the Brazilian internal market. So most of this is related to government needs. So the government can actually promote the Brazilian industry by using its state purchase power to increase our industrial base. Another thing is that the industry is very capital and technology intensive. Yeah? For that, you need consistent policies. It doesn't matter if your industry is large or small. The point is that you have to have consistent projects. Otherwise, you have bubbles and bursts, right? And unfortunately, this has been the history of our program so far. So if you take along with any one of the big satellites that you see, that you know from Brazil, the Cibers, the Amazonias and such, there has been cycles of creation and destructions of companies, because in between the projects you have several years of gap, and this is enough to kill the companies that you build. So we need to be consistent in your policies. And the other thing, given that the budgets are very small, you have to coordinate the investments. Yeah, you cannot make, for instance, incentive programs whereby you simply throw money at the problem and then let the companies, each one of their ideas, to come up with a solution. Yeah, the parts that doesn't fly information, right? So you need a solar panel that fits a given structure, that fits a certain proportion, that fits a certain systems. So we have to coordinate things so that all the initiatives that you work, they work in a system level. Yeah? Otherwise, you have several pieces. You don't have a satellite. You don't have an application. So to sum up, as I mentioned to you, so I don't think that the main thing is about consistency and the coordination. These are very special values for a country that doesn't have the resources as you find in Europe. And also a good coordination between the public and the private actors, right? So that everyone has the same understanding what the laws mean, and everybody feels safe to use the existing laws and to promote the coordination that I mentioned across the whole supply chain.
Thank you, Joao, for your very interesting perspective in our topic. And now I call to the podium Dr. Pierfrancesco Breccia. He is a postdoctoral fellow at the University of Rome Sapienza, and he will address the issue of legal instruments for financing space activities. Thank you.
Thank you. So, good afternoon, everyone, and let me first thank you, Professor Marchisio, and the organizers for allowing me to stay here to this conference and to address this topic, which is actually important because, as we all know, access to outer space means also and depends also on access to capital. But I don't manage to change this. You will, okay, perfect, thank you. So, as I was saying, access to outer space depends also on access to capital, and as we all know, space activities require a large amount of capital, and they are, for their features and their operation, very, very risky. So financing is essential to advance the exploration and use of outer space for all. And in this sense, we have to make that all space activities, if we want that they are truly accessible to everyone, we have also to find options for financing space activities that are that can expand in an inclusive way. One of the first things that we have to find, and one of the first things that countries need, is to assess the existing funding landscape in their own country. It means to understand the current needs for and also the uses of this funding. Why? Because access to outer space and in this sense, access to capital is essential in terms of public funding. So the main sources of capital are from the government, from the public sector, because very often this is or the only accessible source of capital, or in other ways it is an additional, so it is served as a precondition for having or for accessing other sourcing of financing. In these last decades, we can say that the access to outer space have been also seen the technological evolution which played actually a key role because space project, thanks to technological evolution, have seen a very cost reduction. So it means that governments can give even a modest quantity of capital to develop space activities in their country. So if we ask themselves which are the instruments to boost the space entrepreneurship, which is in the next slide, we can see that the public funding remains actually the key for the space sector, which require also a clear legal framework, which is essential to stimulate and develop the private entities and private activities in a country. And this entrepreneurship very often relies on investments that are the result of equity finance, which is given by venture capitalists and angel investors, or by unsecured lending. Another ways to boost the space entrepreneurship is the project financing of space activities, which actually is a way from which the project is paid by the revenue generated from the project that has been financed. So the the data are not very clear, but we can say that there has been a raising on the investments from angel and venture capital in space startups. But these investments cannot be still compared with the importance of the public funding in space activities. So there are other ways to boost space entrepreneurship, other initiatives. One of these is the space protocol, which has been adopted in Berlin in 2012. This is an international initiative to boost the financing of space activities, which is part of the Cape Town Convention treaty system. And the aim of this protocol is to facilitate the asset-based financing and leasing for the manufacture of space object and asset. This is another way that has been followed to boost this path in countries. And the very objective, the very aim of this space protocol is to adapt the Cape Town Convention model to the specific characteristics and feature of the space assets and space activities. But we have to recognize that, as we have said before, space objects, space activities, and space assets have their own features, which are somehow different from aircraft or railways, which are the other subjects of the protocols of the Cape Town Convention, which have demonstrated to be, anyway, a good initiative to boost space entrepreneurship. But the protocol regarding space assets is still ongoing its process for entering into force. So the market that has developed other initiatives to boost space entrepreneurship, and in this sense, we can find other ways, other models, such as the fund of funds, or the space equity pilot, or the venture debts and debts financing. So these are other ways to get large amount of financing from the investors in space activities, and other possible solutions which are actually raising interest from countries and from emerging countries are the solution offered by the development banks and by the official development assistance. In this way, we can also see that in 2021, the European Space Agency has promoted an initiative, a project based on the funds given by the official development assistance in collaboration with the World Development Bank and the International for Aid Program. But we have to recognize that cooperation and regional cooperation remain an imperative, an important element, even in the financing for space activities. This is why, at regional level, it has been advanced the necessity to create a finance for space forum. Because investors, because space industry operators have recognized that there is a breach, that there is the need to bridge the gap that there is between the information for development and getting financing for their own space activities. And this can be an opportunity for discussing and developing potentially new models and co-financing solutions, or in other ways also to raise awareness on the existing solutions that are already in place. So, as I was saying, regional cooperation is, just going to the last slide, is very important, and it is interesting to see in space activities how it has been developed in two regions. So in particular in Africa and in Latin America, where we can see that this regional cooperation have followed the process of the conferences. So the conferences as a forum where they promote knowledge and application of scientific and technological advances related to space activities in the region. So we can see the Space Conference of the Americas or the African Leadership Conference on the Space, Science and Technology. We have to see that these two initiatives then arrive to different impact in terms of adoption of policies and strategies that they have adopted, but they had a relevant role in the establishment of the regional space agency. In the last years and very recently, we have seen the African Space Agency that has been created as an organ of the African Union. So, one of the objectives in the statute of the African Space Agency is to promote the strategic intracontinental and international partnership, which can be seen as another instrument to foster development and to foster space entrepreneurship over the region. But another initiative has been taken also at the Latin America, which was the adoption of the Constitutive Act of the Latin American Caribbean Space Agency, which in its statute defined that one of the objective of the new space agency will be the obtaining international funding for developments of their program, and the study and identify how it will be capable to attract investment for their own project. So we can see how the regional cooperation, also the development of the space agency can attract investments for the development and for the realization of the programs. So with this, I would like to conclude and to thank you everyone for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Breccia, for your intervention on a very crucial topic. And yes, I was involved more than 12 years in the Space Asset Protocol, and I well experienced the change of attitude from the oligopolist of the satellite market. At the origin, they were very, very favorable to the protocol. And at a certain moment, they realized that it is very difficult to take possession of space assets, mainly when they are the creditor, the position of the creditor, when these space assets are performing public services. So when the protocol, in the protocol was included a clause concerning the safeguard of public services, they changed their mind. And now I know that the UNIDROIT is trying to present the protocol as a new instrument for the so-called new application, new space applications. We shall see what happens with that. But it was a very interesting and difficult exercise. Okay, now the last speaker is Anne-Sophie Martin. She's, I think, the only French today. Yes. But she will speak in English, and she's now, after having studied at the Paris 11, she took a PhD in space law in Rome, and she's working with us in Rome currently.
Yes.
So you have the floor, Anne-Sophie.
Thank you very much, Professor. So good afternoon to everyone, and it is a great pleasure to be here with you today. And I wish to thank you, Professor Marchisio, and the organizers for having invited me to the Masterclass. So my presentation focuses on how space legislation can be a tool to enhance the development of space ecosystems in emerging countries, with 2 case studies on South Africa and Nigeria. So let's see if it works. This one? No, so if you can, okay. Okay, so both countries are ratified the Outer Space Treaty, the Rescue Agreement, the Liability Convention, and the Registration Convention. So this is the first consideration I would like to do. They have started to adopt legislation and policy in the 90s and 2000 in order to implement their international obligation, in particular due to the fact that activities carried out by national private entities need to be authorized and conducted under the supervision of the appropriate state, as it has been already underscored by the speakers during the masterclass this morning and this afternoon, so just to mention it again. So it is interesting to see how both countries, with their peculiarities in terms of governance, have developed their space program through the involvement of actors forming the space ecosystem, namely government, civil society, including institutional, academic, and research centers, and also private sectors. So they adapt their legal system to country specificities and user need, as it has been also mentioned. Next slide, please. Okay. So a second consideration is based on the fact that South Africa first adopted the national space legislation in the 90s, in 1993 exactly, and then established its space agency in 2008. While Nigeria established its space agency in 90s and then adopted its national space legislation. And if we take the example of South Africa, they adopted the first national space legislation in a time where space activities were not so much developed. So it is an example of country where space activities were not so developed, but they established their space legislation. So both countries have proceeded in a different way, but this do not hinder the development of their space ecosystem and national programs. Next. Okay, thanks. So South Africa adopted its space legislation at the time where national space programs were mainly driven by military and security concerns. However, there were also the need to regulate the nation private sector. So in 1993, they adopted the Space Affairs Act, and then it was amended in 1995. The Act deals with responsibility, liability, and the condition for obtaining the licenses, which are delivered by the South African Council for Space Affairs, which maintain also the national registry. Then, with the development of space activities in South Africa, the government adopted various other legal instruments. So now South Africa have a detailed legislation in terms of space activities. For example, they deal with spatial data infrastructure, electronic communications, astronomy, and then in 2008, they adopted the South African National Space Agency, which in particular support the creation of a suitable environment for industrial development. And an important element of the Act is the possibility for the agency to perform cooperative agreements that may benefit the space market for the realization of a space program, and also enhancing international cooperation. And recently, the agency signed agreements with the UK Space Agency in terms of for sharing data and remote sensing to develop local businesses, and also with China in terms of navigation, but also with Brazil and NASA. And then in 2008, they draft the space policy and strategy with 3 priority areas in resource management and environment, health, security and safety, and the last one about innovation and economic growth, with a focus on the commercialization of space activities and competitiveness. For what concerns Nigeria, the first created the National Space Agency in 1999, the National Space Research and Development Agency, in order to develop space capabilities for the socio-economic development of the country, and the agency operates through various sub-centers and laboratories around the countries. And this center include the Center for Basic Space Science, remote sensing, atmospheric research, technology education, just to give some example. So then they enact the space policy, and the other important document of Nigeria is the strategic roadmap to space for the period 2005 and 2030, in order to sustain the space sector. And one element and one of the objectives is to build and launch a satellite in Nigeria. So we can see that in both policy and strategy, there is this objective of commercialization and competitiveness of the space industry. So this is an important element that we can find in both countries. Then, in 2010, Nigeria adopted the National Space Research Development Act, which focus on satellite data and remote sensing activities. So the Act has a specific scope of application. And it created the agency. And one of its function is to implement strategies to promote private sector participation in the space industry through private sector participation, which means that the agency can grant licenses to body corporates, but in remote sensing activities. And recently, a milestone has been achieved because with the enactment of the regulation on licensing and supervision of space activities, which deal with all activities in Nigeria. So it's not just anymore about remote sensing, but it deals with all space activities, from launch to on-orbit operation of Nigeria. So this is another important point, because also for the private sector participation, because the licenses can be granted for other space activities. The agency can grant licenses for all space operation in Nigeria. So the PSP is at a broader scope of application and category of space activities and application. Next slide, please. Okay. So the last point is focus on the fact that national legal requirements depends on the range of space activity conducted by states. And if we take the example of South Africa and Nigeria, they operate in Earth observation, telecommunication, space operation, science, and engineering. and they have adopted regulation in some of this field, for example, Earth observation or telecommunication. Next slide, please. Okay. And the other element is the involvement of private sector. So while government continue to play a dominant role in space activities, space sector and startups are important element for creating viable and innovative space ecosystems, and some of them are located in Nigeria and South Africa. And I put some example, CubeSat, Telnet, or SCS Aerospace Group in South Africa, but we can find also other startups in Africa, and for example, in Kenya, as it has been mentioned previously by the previous speakers. So to conclude, whether we can find some differences, if there are some differences in the approach dealing with the regulation of their space activities in order to respond to their respective needs in South Africa and Nigeria, we can identify some common elements, in particular for the promotion of the role of private sector and in the creation of a domestic space industry through appropriate regulation with system of authorization and licensing for commercial space activities, and also with the development of indigenous space technology, the creation of space agency, and human capacity. And I would like just to add about indigenous space technology that this development is done also with the cooperation with academy, space lab that you can find also in South Africa, and research center that I mentioned in Nigeria. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Anne-Sophie, for this engagement and dealing with African countries, which was not an easy task for us. After that, we noticed that Lulu Macapella could not come. Yes, I wanted to say a few closing remarks, and the first is to thank everybody, speakers and audience, for this masterclass on space law and policy. I think that we can be satisfied of this result, and the objective was more or less achieved. If not a masterclass, we had certainly a brainstorming today. Second, I will convey to you that we will be here this week for Glec 2022. So as we had no time for Q&A, no time for debate, we are, of course, all of us here happy to discuss with you, to answer any question and discuss further issues that we couldn't raise today. We are around. And please join Plenary 3 on Space Law and Policy on Wednesday, 18 May. From 9 to 10, we have only 1 hour, but we can continue our conversation and try to fill the gaps that today we left aside. Thank you very much again, and have a good stay in Quito.